Mr. Speaker. The House is resumed. I understand the Leader of the House wishes to deliver a business statement. The Honourable Louise Upson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week, the House will consider the last of the annual review debates covering the social development, children, workplace relations, police, environment, conservation, Māori development and climate change portfolios. On Wednesday, there will be extended hours for the first reading of the Ngāti Hauā Claims Settlement Bill and the remaining stages of the Ngā Hapu or Ranganui Claims Settlement Bill.
Government notice of motion. I call on the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to mark 80 years since the end of World War II in Europe.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There appears to be none.
I move that this House notes that on 8 May 2025, it marks 80 years since the end of World War II in Europe, VE Day, victory in Europe and subsequently in the Pacific. Recognise that this anniversary represents an enormous cost to human life, fundamental questions of human freedom, self-determination and dignity, a global fight for the freedoms enjoyed by New Zealanders, the establishment of a new rules-based order centred around the UN Charter, and a new body of international law, and recognise those who sacrificed themselves in the war for the hard-won conditions of peace and prosperity that we have enjoyed over our last 3 generations.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. House comes to oral questions. Point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Just looking at the questions, I seek leave of the House to add a 30th question for an opposition member to ask the Prime Minister a question because, by some terrible mistake and alarmingly, there are no questions of the Prime Minister today.
Well, that's not a point of order. It is quite disruptive on the business of the House, and something, frankly, that most people would be aware of. Question number 1, I call on the Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
To the Minister for Women, does she stand by her answer to oral question number 4 yesterday in relation to the Equal Pay Amendment Bill that, quote, I always advocate for women and I have been consulted on and advised on this legislation from the outset, end quote. If so, on what date was she first consulted regarding the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety's Cabinet paper reviewing pay equity policy settings?
The Honourable Nicola Green.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the first part of the question, yes, I do stand by my statement. In relation to the second part of the question, I was consulted on the Cabinet paper referred to once it was drafted in March, but I was involved in earlier conversations about the development of the paper and policy.
Supplementary. Is the Minister of Workplace Relations Cabinet paper correct that the government didn't even bother to consult the Ministry for Women on their proposal to cancel pay equity claims? If not, on what date was the Ministry for Women consulted?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the first part of the question, as has been noted in the Cabinet paper, the Ministry for Women was not involved in the consultation. However, I am the Minister for Women, I am responsible for that ministry and I have been involved from the outset.
What feedback did she give on how many of the now 33 cancelled pay equity claims were not based on sex-based discrimination, but based on other factors as claimed by the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety?
Mr. Speaker, throughout the course of the development of this policy, I've been involved in a number of discussions with my ministerial colleagues across our coalition. I advocated on a number of occasions for a fair and robust pay equity system, which is why I'm so pleased that we are retaining a system that will finally, genuinely address sex-based discrimination.
If the government's proposals to scale back pay equity were, quote, developed in a short time frame with limited time to assess implications and unintended consequences, end quote, as the Cabinet paper states, how can she be confident that this policy will not disadvantage women?
Mr. Speaker, I think as I outlined to the House yesterday, the resulting Act that was amended over the past few days by this Parliament will have positive outcomes for women. It will finally and fairly set in legislation a process to raise and resolve gender-based discrimination in various workforces.
Is former National Party Chief Press Secretary Janet Wilson correct that, quote,
Start again.
Is former National Party Chief Press Secretary Janet Wilson correct that, quote, the coalition government is complicit in pulling together a dirty little deal that saves it billions while denying working women their day in court, end quote? If not, why not?
Look, Janet Wilson is obviously a citizen of this country, free to share her opinions as she sees fit. I would like to clarify for the record one more time for the opposition benches who do not seem to be understanding it, we are not walking back our commitment to equal pay or pay equity.
Does she agree with the Prime Minister that no pay equity settlement has occurred since 2020, or with the Public Service Commission, which says that over 100,000 women have benefited from pay equity settlements since 2021?
I always agree with the Prime Minister.
Oh, really? So that's not true, is it? Get your correction ready.
Who is correct? The New Zealand Nurses Association, who said that this is a blatant and shameful attack on women. Christine Bartlett, who said that women have just been let down so terribly by this government. Or the Minister for Women, who claims that this is positive news for women.
I'd say to all of those people who have offered comment that this government is committed to addressing sex-based discrimination in the workplace. We have amended the Equal Pay Act to make a process more robust, more sustainable and more workable. There will still be a way to raise and settle pay equity claims.
Question 2, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What recent reports has she seen on the government's fiscal position?
The Honourable Nicola Willis, I think.
Mr. Speaker, I see a number of reports, and this morning the Treasury released the interim financial statements of the government for the 9 months ended 31 March 2025. The statements include Crown revenue and expenses for those first 9 months of the fiscal year. They also update both the operating balance before gains and losses, excluding ACC, that is Obergall-X, and the Crown's interim debt position.
Supplementary. What do the financial statements say about government revenue and expenses?
Mr. Speaker, core Crown tax revenue was around $200 million higher than what was forecast at the half-year update in December, and core Crown expenses were around $600 million lower than forecast. There are a number of reasons why the financial statements vary against forecast, and these variations can correct themselves over the course of a year. However, Treasury has advised me they expect core Crown expenses for the whole year to be less than previously forecast. In part, this represents genuine savings within the year, and in part, it reflects some rephasing of expenses into the next fiscal years.
Supplementary. What do these variations mean for the operating balance?
Mr. Speaker, as at 31 March, the Obergall-X deficit was around $500 million smaller than forecast. This was mainly a consequence of the lower core Crown expenses I just mentioned. On the basis of an enduring reduction in core Crown expenses across the year, I would expect that the Obergall-X deficit this fiscal year will be lower than that forecast in the half-year update. However, the rephasing of expenses across years and the impact of tariffs and global economic uncertainty will have a negative impact on Obergall X in future years.
Supplementary. What do the financial statements say about government debt?
Mr Speaker, the government's cash flows in the first 9 months of this year were $1.7 billion lower than forecast at the half-year update. Much of this is for technical and timing reasons. Together with higher than expected gains on some financial instruments, it means net core Crown debt 9 months into the year was more than $2 billion lower than previously forecast. The Treasury's next fiscal release is in 2 weeks, when the Budget, Economic and Fiscal Update is released alongside the budget.
Before I call the Honourable Barbara Emmons, I have been notified that the answer to this question, given the nature of the question, may be a little longer than usual. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Whakataitele lava, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, when did she first consider the pay equity changes for inclusion in Budget 2025? And what modelling did she receive, if any, on the number of workers likely to be affected by the Equal Pay Amendment Bill?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, upon becoming Finance Minister in December 2023, I was quickly made aware by Treasury of the amount of money that was built into the government's forecasts to meet future pay equity settlements. I was shocked by the size of the number, which had not been previously disclosed publicly and which had grown very rapidly. A significant portion of the money was set aside for the government to fund what is known as the funded sector, which is the non-government sector settlements. This is private sector, NGO or community service providers that the government contracts and therefore does not employ as its workers. The previous government had made a decision that meant the full costs of these settlements were being factored into the books, as well as the actual public sector settlements that the government wasn't obligated to fund. I took some time to receive advice on these issues, and I took proposals to Cabinet in April 2024 to adjust expectations around funded sector claims. This lessened the projected cost to the Crown of these claims, but only by a relatively small amount. As this pay equity reset was being implemented last year, it became clear that there were deeper, more underlying issues with the Act, which had a broad scope and had departed from its original purpose of addressing genuine sex-based discrimination. Last December, the Cabinet Strategy Committee discussed the high-level legislative settings for pay equity and indicated a preference to confront those underlying issues quickly. Mr Speaker, I outline all of this to make clear that in answer to the first part of the primary question, changes to pay equity settings were considered through last year and into this year, and as that work progressed since last December's Cabinet discussion, the financial implications were taken into account in Budget 2025 discussions. And in answer to the second part of the member's question, with regard to the specific bill, I had previously received advice from Treasury about the number of workers involved in particular claims, but that is not the same as what the member is asking. By its very nature, and like other employment legislation, the bill affects all workers because anyone can consider their rights to make a claim.
Yep. Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McNulty.
That question was answered in about 20 seconds. The first minute and a half was totally unnecessary, and giving you a prior warning that there's going to be a longer answer is proper process if the whole answer is required to address the question. It was not. That was abused as a way to try and rewrite history or to put forward their perspective as to what happened. That wasn't the primary question. The minute the Minister said in answer to your question, that's when the answer actually started.
That is the opinion of the member. It's not the way I heard it. And I've read the primary and would ask the member to do the same. I don't think the Minister stepped outside what is required to answer that question. I think it was an appropriate courtesy of the House to inform the House it would be slightly longer, but quite frankly, not all that much longer. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Supplementary. How many women will lose the right to make a pay equity claim under these changes?
Good question.
Mr. Speaker, any woman who can demonstrate that she has a case with merit that she was discriminated against in her pay on the basis of her sex will be able to make a claim under this legislation. It will be a legal judgment as to which cases meet that test, and it is not for me in this House to offer a legal judgment.
So how were the Treasury able to quantify the savings from this policy if she doesn't actually know how many women will be affected?
Mr. Speaker, what the Treasury had done as a practice under the last government was that because the last government did not allocate any funding in its operating allowances for pay equity settlements, did not allocate any money for those settlements, the Treasury formed a view that it was likely that those costs would otherwise be incurred by the Crown, and so they put them in the forecast. That is, they affected the surplus and deficit position. They formed those forecasts, I am advised, on an assessment of what they thought the claims would be, how many workers they thought would be affected and what the costs were. But of course the ultimate number of people that would be affected was determined by whether or not those claims were successful.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, pay equity processes should be used for genuine issues of discrimination, unquote? And if so, which of the 33 cancelled claims were not genuine discrimination?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I stand by my statement.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston.
Can I ask the Minister, will any person with a pay equity claim be able to make one under the new legislation, or have some engaged in hyperbolic, distracting psychobabble?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do think it is of regret that members opposite with a responsibility to their communities, I think, have made relatively misleading statements about the rights that are now available to New Zealand women who still have the right to equal pay and the right to make pay equity settlements, contrary to what some members opposite are trying to allege.
I beg your pardon? Are you now challenging my rulings of the House? Well, there wasn't, and it's not for you to make them or to require them, other than through a point of order. Barbara Edmonds.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her position that she is dedicated to pay equity when Te Tai Tokerau Principals Association have called it an appalling slap in the face for women, and Hospice New Zealand calls these changes a real kick in the guts?
That's right.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the government has a very clear position that it is upholding settlements for existing pay equity claims, and furthermore has created a transparent, workable, practical process for future claims to be raised. And what's more, because we have advanced that legislation rapidly, people will be able to submit claims the minute the Governor-General gives assent.
Start again. Supplementary.
Question 4.
Supplementary.
Supplementary. Supplementary.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
You're the next question as well.
Yes, thank you. Which of the 33 pay equity claims were not based on genuine discrimination?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm being asked for a legal judgment, which it is not for me to give. But I would also note that it is not simply an issue of whether the claims have merit.
Sorry. I can't have people chipping at me for not intervening in a question when it's very hard to hear the answer because of the barrage that's being directed at the Minister answering.
I would also note that it's not simply an issue of which claims progress, and I'm advised that it's expected that a number of claims will continue to progress. It is a matter of, once they are in progress, how they are assessed and the comparators that are used. And the government's concern has been that other market-based factors were being brought into the assessment. This law should be about gender and sex discrimination, not issues that are more properly dealt with through the normal bargaining process.
Question 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. E tautoko ana ia, I ana kōrero me ana mahi katoa.
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, in the context in which they were made at the time.
Supplementary. Does she still stand by her statement, quote, "There will be no financial impact and there will be no impact on frontline services. This is a guarantee," end quote. If so, why are multiple reports, community services, social workers and the Children's Commissioner saying otherwise?
Mr Speaker, I'm not sure where that quote came from, so if you would give me time to verify that quote, I would stand by it or not stand by it. But what I would say is that we have had to clean up a system that had no accountability and no responsibilities when it came to where money was being spent and whether money was being spent well and what outcomes we were getting for that money. Some tough decisions had to be made. Yes, some people were affected by that, but I still stand by the decision to clean up the system.
Supplementary. Is there an impact on frontline services due to the Minister's policies and decisions?
Mr Speaker, any decisions made around contracts are an operational matter, but what I would say is that the system has been broken for a very long time. Now there is accountability. Now there is a government that is focused on outcomes for the people that money is meant to be put towards, and we are focusing on the safety and well-being of children.
Supplementary. How does she explain the worsening outcomes for tamariki, such as declining immunisation rates and rising mental distress as reflected in the 2023-2024 Child Youth Wellbeing Indicator Report if it is not a direct result of her decisions to underfund Oranga Tamariki?
Mr Speaker, I don't believe that I have responsibility for immunisation results, and I don't believe I have responsibility for many of the things that were mentioned within that question.
Supplementary. How receptive does she think the social workers that she thanked yesterday in question time are to her acknowledgement when they are the ones who responded to those 95,000 reports of concerns, manage unsafe caseloads, struggle with their own well-being, all while knowing that 1,300 vulnerable tamariki don't have a caseworker?
Mr Speaker, I would once again like to thank those social workers for the job they do. They pick up the phone and they deal with a large amount of reports of concern. But Mr Speaker, that's their job, to pick up the phone and respond to reports of concern. And the fact of the matter is that the cases that member has just spoken to, the 1,300 unallocated cases, the number currently is at 1,184 unallocated cases. In 2023, when there was a 45% less report of concern, the number was 1,150. Mr Speaker, that number is not okay. But what I can say is I would shudder to think what that number would be if we hadn't have cleaned up the system and made sure that it was working well.
Question 5, Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Children, what recent announcements has she made regarding key performance indicators for Oranga Tamariki?
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I announced that Oranga Tamariki has made across all 4 key priority areas I have asked them to focus on. These are things that will make the biggest difference to the wellbeing and safety of children. These 4 key priorities are ensuring the safety of children and young people, supporting caregivers, addressing youth offending, and improving complaint management practice. These improvements show that when we set targets and focus on delivery, we can see results and clear improvements in the delivery of services.
Supplementary. What are some of the key performance indicators that have improved under her watch?
The latest quarterly report shows that the proportion of complaints that were handled in a way that meets the high standards we have set has increased from 51 to 59%, and there is more work underway to improve this even further. The percentage of children in care who have been visited by their social worker within the target time to ensure their ongoing safety and wellbeing is at 96%, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again to the social workers that work so hard for our young people. We know that frequent social worker visits are one of the most important things we can do to make sure that children are safe in their placements and that their needs are being met.
Supplementary. What are some of the other priority areas?
One of the other priority areas we have set is to address youth offending, Mr. Speaker, and I'm particularly pleased with the dramatic improvement we have seen against the reduction in youth offending target. This is a government that is focused in this space, and we have a target to reduce the number of children and young people with serious persistent offending by 15% by 2030. As of this month, we have already seen a 12% reduction in the first year alone, well ahead of the estimated projections.
Supplementary. Are there any indicators that are not on track?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Whilst through efforts, there are some things that we are still concerned about. The percentage of reports of concern that are responded to within the established timeframes is currently at 86%, Mr. Speaker, against a target of 95%. Performance against this measure is largely driven by the volume of reports of concern. There has been an unprecedented increase in reports of concern in 2024 and 2025, up 58% in the first 6 months compared to the previous year. Despite this unprecedented increase, the timeliness of responses and the number of unallocated cases has remained at similar levels as under the previous government.
Question number 6, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she stand by all of her answers to oral question number 11 on the 6th of May 2025?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I stand by my answers that were given on 6th of May, especially where I acknowledged that my systems have not reflected best practice and I have taken multiple steps to make changes to improve them.
Supplementary. Is sending or receiving over 100 communications to her Gmail account, avoiding use of personal accounts for ministerial business as far as possible, as required by the Cabinet Manual?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I have acknowledged that it was not that it was untidy. It was not best practice. I've taken a lot of measures to ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Supplementary. How many different personal email accounts has she used to communicate on issues relevant to her ministerial responsibilities?
Mr. Speaker, I have one parliamentary address that I have used
personal.
I've got one personal email address that I've used in regards to this question. Sorry.
Supplementary. How does it enable accurate preservation of ministerial decision-making as required by the Public Records Act 2005 to forward emails sent to her Gmail address to her parliamentary address several months after they were sent to her personal email address?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times, I acknowledge that this has not been tidy, that it's not been best practice, and I've made a number of changes to our practices. I would acknowledge, though, that every time I've been asked to comply with the Official Information Act, I have.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Minister realise that the Cabinet Manual does not actually preclude such a use, but it has a proviso with respect to best endeavours, but it does not preclude such a use, and that there is a whole litany of Labor Party members who did that as well?
Hang on.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Cabinet Manual does go on. Cabinet Manual does go on to say that there are certain ways that you should treat those emails to make sure that they are caught up in the Official Information Act. And I would acknowledge that on a number of occasions, not just this one, but on other occasions, those emails have been released under the Official Information Act on a number of occasions.
Supplementary. Can she assure the House that every single email that is related to her ministerial portfolios that has ever been sent to or from her personal email accounts has been captured for the official record as required by paragraph 2.87 of the Cabinet Manual.
Mr. Speaker, I have complied with the Official Information Act. I've also made sure that everything is available to be captured and forwarded everything that I've needed to my parliamentary email address. I will acknowledge, though, in a very similar case to Calvin Davis, I receive a lot of unsolicited emails, like things, for example, from people in India asking for immigration advice, which I never respond to. I almost regard those as akin to spam, and so there are those ones. But similarly, other ministers have had probably very similar issues.
The minister's on the job. Well, that was a fizzer.
Question number 7, Grant McCallum.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what recent announcements has she made?
Mr. Speaker, I don't need notes. Mr. Speaker, I've made 3 really exciting recent announcements, the first of which was an announcement around supporting our wonderful teaching workforce, investing in a pre-budget announcement $53 million to pay or to stop teachers having to pay their registration fees, which will affect around 115,000 teachers over the next 3 years.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received from teachers on this announcement?
Well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within hours of announcing this initiative, I received positive emails from principals and teachers. One teacher from Northland said, "Ngā mihi, thank you. The Teachers' Council registration fees cause me significant financial stress. This is the single most useful thing that has occurred in many years to reduce teacher stress. It's much more than financial relief, but also a welcome indication that as a profession we are being heard, and a wonderful gesture of good faith. I'm grateful to have my mahi as a teacher acknowledged in this manner, and I turn to acknowledge your mahi in making this happen."
Supplementary. What did she announce to help parents understand their child's learning?
Mr. Speaker, every parent who wants to see their child thrive at school so they can be confident, capable and ready to take on the world. Last week I announced our brand new parent portal. The portal provides clear, easy to understand and year-by-year guide to what children will be learning in English and maths, aligning with the new curriculum so that our parents can be partners in their children's education. Until now, parents haven't always had a consistent access to this information, and I'm delighted that this new tool will support both schools and parents to strengthen their relationship between home and school.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston.
Can the Minister tell us whether or not she got Willow Jean Prime's one email of the day on these issues?
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, just a minute. Just a moment. That's not a reasonable question for the House, nor is it something that the Minister, in all reality, can easily disclose if it were to be the case. Grant McCallum.
Supplementary. What other announcements has she made to support our students?
Mr. Speaker, last week I was really delighted to announce with the Minister of Finance at Tawa College that we are embedding financial education into the refreshed social sciences curriculum. It is crucial that our kids are taught how to budget, how to save, how to invest and understand things like loans and insurance. I know that our parents have long called for financial education to be a priority, and we have answered those calls. We are equipping every Kiwi student with real-life money skills, ensuring they can make informed financial decisions and have the best opportunity to succeed.
Question number 8, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Social Development and Employment. Does she stand by her statement? Our priority is building a strong economy to reduce the cost of living, support more people into work and lift incomes for women to help them and their families out of hardship. If so, how does the Equal Pay Amendment Bill contribute to lifting women's incomes?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, yes. The Equal Pay Act provides a process to raise and resolve claims of sex-based discrimination. The changes being made are to ensure the process is robust, workable and sustainable. The Government is committed to maintaining a process to raise and resolve pay equity claims. Where a genuine claim is identified and addressed, this will lift incomes of women covered by the claim.
Point of order, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
So the question specifically asks around the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, which was passed yesterday, well, during this period of urgency. The answer by the Minister was talking about the Equal Pay Act, which was not what the question was about.
Well, I suppose it doesn't become an act until it's amended. Well, would the member like to correct that term?
Mr Speaker, it is the Equal Pay Amendment Act that will be given royal assent very shortly.
Good, that's good. That'll save a lot of corrections. Yep. Ginny Anderson. The Honourable
Supplementary. What action is she taking to raise the incomes of Māori and Pacifica women who are once again overrepresented in the latest unemployment figures and who will also be hit the hardest under the Equal Pay Amendment Bill?
Well, Mr Speaker, I disagree with the second part of that question, where there is a genuine claim under the Equal Pay Amendment Act that is soon to be given royal assent. Of course, they will be able to lodge a claim. What I've said in this House in the debate a couple of days ago, that the member seems to not understand, which is a bit staggering really, is there are two different issues. One is pay equity, one is low wages. And unfortunately the member is conflating the two. Not all issues of low pay are to do with pay equity. Hello.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does she stand by her statement? If we want an equitable future where poverty is eradicated, we must strengthen our commitment to empowering women and girls and to ensure that no one is left behind. And if so, how does scrapping 33 pay equity claims ensure that no one is left behind?
Mr Speaker, of course I agree with my statement.
What is she doing to support the 6,000 additional women on JobSeeker, and how does cutting their pay help incentivise women into work?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member's talking about those on the JobSeeker benefit, so they receive a benefit. I'm not sure that they receive pay at the moment. I do want them to receive pay, which is why I'm focused on getting them off welfare and into work.
How can she hold her head up and commit to lifting women's pay when her government has passed retrospective legislation under urgency that wrecks 33 equity deals and will result in billions of wages not going to workers, almost all who are underpaid women?
Mr Speaker, I would say to the House that member needs to be very, very careful with her words. There is no deal. It is a claim. It is a claim that's being considered and a claim that can be resubmitted for consideration. If the claim is valid and has merit, then those women will receive a pay equity settlement and will get a lift in their income.
Just remind people to my right that questions are heard in silence and answers aren't given halfway through the question. Sam Uffendale, question number 9. Sorry? Yeah?
It's long been the expectation in this House that statements made in questions should be able to be verified and authenticated as correct. And I would like to point out, and I'd encourage you to look over the Hansard at some point in the next few days, that opposition members have fallen into a habit of making statements which are factually untrue in their questions and supplementary questions. It's either sloppy because they don't know what they're talking about, or it's willfully misleading.
There was a point of order. Listen, there was a point of order being taken. You may not like it, but you listen to it in silence. That is also a long-standing convention of the House. I'll follow that course of action, but let me just make it very clear that the question time is a time for ministers to answer the questions that are put in front of them. Yes, they should be answerable, and I'll certainly look at them on that basis. The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Just for the public's interest, is it a the true thing to say that the government has cancelled 33 deals? Or is it the truth that the deals were never there in the first place and that this House has been dramatically misled?
Absolutely.
A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Leaving to one side my long-standing concerns around abusive questions in this House, we've had a point of order from a minister essentially accusing us of lying. That is directly after interjecting during the question, calling us misleading, and now a question from the acting Prime Minister doing the same. Now, I accept that you are going to review it, but at the very least, we would expect that any assertion that any member of this House is being dishonest should be pushed back on against you.
Well, let me just review the afternoon. So a few minutes ago, you were requiring the Minister for Social Development and Employment to correctly name a bill. What Mr Peters just asked the Minister is it true that there were no deals done? And if the pedantic exercise is to be followed right through, there were no deals done, obviously, because these were cases before the court. So I don't think it's unreasonable for that question to be asked in the context of getting everything, all the time, 100% accurate on all matters.
Point of order, sir.
Point of order, Ricardo Mendes-March.
I take your feedback just now, but isn't there a difference between, for example, saying that something is just factually incorrect to then accusing someone of being misleading? Like a point of order saying the name of an act is incorrect is quite different of accusing another political party of having misled the House. And I do think a distinction should be made, because we have had people recently going to Privileges Committee for example, using language that would have been accusing someone of lying or misleading. And so I just seek your clarification as to whether now we are basically treating factually correcting someone to accusing someone of misleading the House.
Well, you're predetermining an answer that might have come from a minister. To ask a question about whether it was correct to say that deals had been done or deals had been stopped or whatever, I don't think is the huge transgression of the question time process that might be suggested by some. The Honourable Kieran McAnulty, a new point of order.
Thank you very much. It might be easier if this just go and be reviewed. The point of order that I made actually wasn't about the accuracy of the question. It was the fact that there was an accusation of dishonesty against other members of this House, which followed on a point of order, which did the same, and an interjection, which did the same. That is my concern, sir. There is a long-standing convention in this House, in fact a rule, that you cannot infer dishonesty on other members, and it happened 3 times in a row. Now, in order to prevent this dragging on, maybe it's easier if you just commit to reviewing it and coming back, but we're deeply concerned that on 3 instances, by way of interjection, point of order and question, that was allowed to occur.
Yes, and there were most certainly interjections, particularly yesterday, from my left, making exactly those sort of accusations. Are you speaking to point of order? Or
yes, I am. Out of an abundance of caution, let me make clear that I am aware of standing orders, and the intent of my statements was not to imply dishonesty so much as to make clear that the effect of the statements being made by the member were to mislead.
Well, there's
whether
also,
intentionally or unintentionally.
Let me make it very clear that there is there will always be in any debate statements made by people that they find to be their particular truth. That is, some people would say that is misleading, but it is not deliberately misleading. Quite a different thing. And the standing orders deals with deliberately misleading, which is a much higher test. We'll move now to Sam Uffindale. Question 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality. What recent announcements has she made to boost New Zealand as an international travel destination?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was pleased to announce that visitor visa applicants will no longer need to have their document translations certified in order to come to New Zealand. Visitors applying to visit New Zealand in languages other than English face additional barriers in terms of time and expense around certification. This change will encourage more international visitors across multiple markets. Tourism is a crucial part of our government's focus on economic growth, and these changes are part of our plan to bring international visitor numbers back to pre-COVID levels.
Supplementary. What does this announcement mean for international visitors?
Mr. Speaker, this announcement brings New Zealand's English translation requirements into line with Australia. It means that while translations will still be required, applicants will only need to advise who translated it and the qualification or experience of the translator. In this process, it removes additional translation fees for all visitor visa applicants who need to provide translated documents, including those from China and India. These changes come into effect from the 26th of May.
Supplementary. How will this announcement support economic growth?
Mr. Speaker, this announcement reinforces our government's commitment to make travel to New Zealand as seamless and easy as possible. The translation requirements were an unnecessary barrier for visitors, and this change shows that we're serious about New Zealand being open for business. Encouraging more visitors means more people staying in our hotels, eating in our cafes, spending in our shops and visiting our attractions, creating jobs and driving economic growth. When tourism grows, so does our economy.
Supplementary. What feedback has she seen on this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback's been fantastic. The New Zealand's Airports Association said the Minister's announcement today will measurably improve New Zealand's competitiveness as a tourism destination. We strongly support practical steps like this that make it easier for people to choose to apply here. Andrew Wilson, who's the Chief Executive of Aotearoa New Zealand, said it was another really positive move, and we're pretty happy to see anything that removes a bit of friction, particularly for Chinese and Indian visitors. There will be more to come. 2025 is our chance to reinforce the value of tourism to a humming, vibrant country where we welcome anyone from anywhere at any time.
Oh, that's lovely.
Question 10, Land Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Does she consider that she has been a strong advocate for environmental protection in the government's decisions?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I do. And for example, particularly the recent decision by the government to consult on a regulated product stewardship scheme for agricultural plastics, including plastic bale wrap, silage sheets and plastic agrochemical containers. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House knows that our farmers, our rural communities and our catchment groups are at the front line of environmental protection, and I am proud to give them another tool to be able to continue the good work that they do.
True. Does she consider she demonstrated strong advocacy for improving the air we breathe when she delayed better standards for air quality that would have brought us into line with World Health Organization standards, given poor air quality contributes to over 3,000 premature deaths per year?
Mr. Speaker, there's a number of things, and they have come out in our environment report recently, where it shows that we've made significant progress, but there are other areas where we do need to make further progress, and obviously the member has alluded to one of those. But there are, I think, particularly from reports such as our environment, it has been very much a message of hope that we are putting interventions in place, things are happening, reduced methane emissions, reduced waste to landfill, and certainly there is much more to do, as the member has expressed, but we are well on the way and there is hope in the changes.
Supplementary. Did she demonstrate more than hope for freshwater protections in the Resource Management Consenting Amendment Bill, which for the first time in Aotearoa's history makes it legal to further pollute our most degraded waterways?
Mr Speaker, the RMA will ensure that we can do several things. First of all, unlocking that development capacity that we need for housing and for business growth. It will enable the delivery of high quality infrastructure that again we need, particularly around things like enabling doubling of renewable energy. And so at the same time, it will safeguard the environment, it will safeguard human health, and it will ensure adaptation to the effects of natural hazards. So we are ensuring there is a balance.
Supplementary. How did her strong advocacy for environmental protections translate into the Wildlife Act Authorisations Amendment Bill that now unprecedentedly legalises the killing of wildlife in a law that is designed...
Just hang on. You could start that question again and the House will be silent while the question is asked.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How did her strong advocacy for environmental protections translate into the Wildlife Act Authorisations Amendment Bill that now unprecedentedly legalises the killing of wildlife in a law that is designed to protect wildlife?
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Sir, standing orders are absolutely clear, 390. That question is not rooted in fact.
Well, the question started with the question word, which was how. And I'd assume that the answer from the Minister will completely refute any supposition that's in the answer.
It may have started with an interrogative, but it is based on a faulty assumption about the legislation which has been referred to. So whatever answer we're responding, this person might be responding to, is based on something that's false.
Well, just a minute. You want to add to that? You want to add to that?
Yeah, I think the Minister can speak for herself, and if she wants to refute the answer to the question...
I'm pleased you think that. I think... I'm not going to get into a particular discussion with the member. You've raised the point of order, effectively has made the point, but I would also say that most questions are asked from a point of view of not knowing what the answer is. Therefore, there's always a degree of some degree of questionability inside the question itself. The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Mr Speaker, I refute the premise of that question.
Lion Farm.
Supplementary. Does she agree that environmental protection means safeguarding the environment from unnecessary harm and pollution? Or does she consider weakening regulation to allow for more pollution, overriding existing protections and authorising the killing of wildlife to equal protection?
Mr Speaker, this government is doing an incredible amount to ensure that we have balance. Balance which enables development, balance which protects our environment. It is absolutely imperative that we can provide more solar farms, more wind farms, so that we have more renewable energy. It is absolutely imperative that we provide for more housing. But equally, it is imperative that there is within that enabling legislation, environmental protections. And so we believe as a government that both can be achieved in balance.
Supplementary. Does she think that being the first Minister for the Environment outside of Cabinet since 1972 has meant that her advocacy for the environment on behalf of all New Zealanders has gone unheard?
Well, it's a question that the Minister might want to respond to, but in the end, the ranking of Cabinet is the responsibility of the Prime Minister, not the Minister themselves.
Mr. Speaker. So I'm interested as a question that she is implying that I have not got influence and am not standing up from the environment. I can assure the member that I have been involved in discussions around RM replacement, around things around our farm plans, around freshwater, around national directions. The member might do well to reflect.
I think we got it. It's too much noise to carry on.
Oh.
Supplementary question. The Honourable Shane Jones.
To the Minister for the Environment. In the context of her strong advocacy for environmental protection, has she found any green unicorns?
Good. It's
supplementary.
It's when we're all quiet. Supplementary question from the Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister's strong advocacy for the environment left her well prepared to answer more frequent questions from the Green Party about the environment, should they ever eventuate?
Well, it's also, today has not been a good day. Today has not been a good day for full compliance with standing orders, and that may mean that there's got to be a tighter look at things next week, and I certainly will make the reviews that have been requested from both sides of the House. Question number 11, Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Arts, Culture and Heritage, and asks, what updates can he provide on New Zealand Music Month?
Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
This year we are celebrating 25 years of New Zealand Music Month, highlighting our incredible artists and music community throughout the country. This month's all about supporting the local music scene, streaming local, seeing local and buying local. To celebrate and support the success of our homegrown sounds, there are more than 500 entries in the gig guide for the month coming up, and I encourage all Kiwis to make the most of the great opportunity.
How is the success of Kiwi musicians being celebrated this music month?
Well, Mr. Speaker, last night, alongside others in Parliament, I attended the launch of the Smoke-Free Rock Quest, hosted by yourself, Mr. Speaker, featuring performances by alumni Georgia Lyons and Troy Kingy, and last year's winners Top Shelf and Emerson, and an excellent school band, Sweater Weather. Mr. Speaker, Rock Quest is an excellent initiative, and I wish all this year's participants all the very best.
Supplementary. What insight can he provide on the success of New Zealand musicians?
Well, I'm pleased to report to the House that New Zealand artists are conquering the world. In the past 30 days alone, Kiwi artists with more than 3 million global streams on Spotify include Balu Bragada, Bank, Bene, Josh 685, Lord, Princess Chelsea and Savage.
Just a moment. We're all going to get all calming right down. The Honourable David Seymour.
Does the Minister have a particular favourite contemporary New Zealand recording artist? If so, who?
I'm very fond of Devil's Skin.
Ryan Hamilton. I've caught Goldstein syndrome. Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What contribution does the music industry make to the broader New Zealand economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, music brings joy to our lives and brings people and communities together. But it's also big business. A report produced by PwC estimated that in 2023, the music industry contributed $901 million to national GDP. Same report estimated that the industry contributes employment of approximately 5,600 people. With the talent that we have here, there's a great opportunity to grow the sector even further.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does he agree that the Waratahs cruising on the Inter-Islander is the best New Zealand track and far superior to nobody takes me seriously like split ends over there.
Yes, indeed. And another line that springs to mind in relation to the opposition is down the drain like molten toothpaste.
Good, okay. Well, hopefully that's... Sorry?
Supplementary question.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sir, is the Minister looking forward to getting out of this crowded House?
Can't believe it's not even the end of the year. Before I call the member, we'll just try... Are we quiet? Question 12, the Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, does she stand by her statement that, quote, women should be paid for their work, unquote? If so, does she consider that the Equal Pay Amendment Bill will make it harder for hundreds of thousands of women to be paid fairly for their work?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Yes, I stand by my statement, and no, I don't consider that. This government is committed to maintaining a pay equity regime, and all settled pay equity claims are being upheld. The changes we're making to the pay equity system will ensure women are paid fairly by focusing the system on genuine cases of sex-based undervaluation. I would also note that pay equity bargaining is not the only route for workers to negotiate increases in wages, and pay equity should not be conflated with general collective bargaining. Collective bargaining processes will continue to allow workers and employers to negotiate increases in income and consider market-based factors like inflation. That is the correct avenue, whereas pay equity processes should be based on cases of sex-based undervaluation.
Supplementary. Why did she raise the threshold of, quote, predominantly performed by female employees, unquote, from 60% to 70%?
Mr Speaker, we believe as a government that the threshold for entering a pay equity claim has been too low, because there have been cases that have been brought where it is very difficult to determine whether or not what has been identified as sex-based undervaluation or other things and other labour market conditions, things like inflation. This is why it's important for us to ensure that when we are settling pay equity claims, we can hand on heart say it is because of sex-based undervaluation.
How many of the 33 pay equity claims her government cancelled will now not meet the new minimum threshold of 70%?
Mr Speaker, it is not for me to determine whether or not different people will meet the thresholds. That's not under my control. It is for unions and individuals to bring claims, and I cannot say whether or not unions and individuals will bring claims or will rescope claims or not bring them at all into the future.
Can she confirm the claim made by secondary school teachers, representing around 30,000 teachers, of whom 63% are women, might no longer qualify due to the threshold changes she passed under urgency yesterday?
Mr Speaker, like I said before, it is not for me to determine whether or not people will be successful, whether they can enter bargaining, whether or not they can bring that claim. It is for the union or the members to bring a claim to their employer, and for that employer to determine whether or not they believe that claim should be brought. If they disagree, to go to dispute. That is not my role as a minister.
Did she move the threshold to 70% to shut out secondary school teachers, to avoiding the cost of paying them equally, and therefore, in the words of David Seymour, quote, save the budget, unquote?
Mr Speaker, I did not change these thresholds for any individual case. I did it because it's the right thing to do.
That brings oral questions to the end. Those members who need to leave the House for other appointments, please do so quietly without conversations on the way. you're up to. So we're leaving the House quietly, without conversations on the way. The interrupted debate on the Social Security Amendment Bill is resumed. Call on Joseph Mooney.
Speak on the Social Security Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, I rise as the Member of Parliament for Southland and also as the chairperson of the Select Committee that has heard submissions on this bill, and I want to take the opportunity at the outset to thank the members of that committee for the hard work on hearing many submissions and considering the evidence and considering the material brought before us and reporting back to the House on that. I wish to also take this opportunity to commend the work of the committee clerks and advisors, thank all the submitters who did submit to the committee, and I also, Mr Speaker, should take the opportunity just to acknowledge the 98% of beneficiaries in New Zealand who take personal responsibility and are compliant with the obligations that they are asked of. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the taxpayers of New Zealand who support those who find themselves in difficult circumstances and need to rely on the government for a period of time for a benefit. And therefore, from the hard work of the taxpayers of this country, support that. And that is a part of the social contract that New Zealand has had for a very long time, and I think it's something that we can be proud of, that we have a system in place to help those who fall on hard times for a variety of reasons and assist them. Mr Speaker, this is a relatively simple bill. It has, however, unfortunately been misunderstood by many, including members of the opposition, and I want to take an opportunity in this bill just to clarify a few things in my speech. Mr Speaker, evidence indicates employment and suitable work generally leads to improved incomes and is associated with better health and well-being for individuals and their families, while unemployment is associated with a range of negative outcomes. And I'm speaking here, Mr Speaker, from the report that the committee had before it, and I do really question whether some members have read that report or understood that report, but I'm going to go through a number of elements of it so that others can understand this and hopefully have that information available to them. There is a cost to government of benefit receipt. Currently the cost at the time of the report of paying benefits to working aged people is forecast to be $9.341 billion in the 2024-25 financial year. So that's just a bit over $9 billion paying benefits to working aged people. The government has introduced a target to have 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker support benefit, reducing from 210,000 people that are on that benefit as of March 2025, and to reduce that to 140,000 people by December 2029. Mr Speaker, the current regime of work-related sanctions has been in place since 2010. 2010. We've heard, frankly, some quite outrageous comments from the opposition saying this is a mean government that is placing sanctions on beneficiaries. The regime of work-related sanctions has been in place since 2010. It was there the entire 6 years of the last government who did nothing to change that. This government, Mr Speaker, is putting in place non-financial sanctions, so an alternative to financial sanctions that can be applied rather than taking money from beneficiaries. So as opposed to taking away something from beneficiaries, it's adding an option so they don't have a financial sanction, which is currently the only option in place, and it was the only option in place during the 6 years of the last government. And that's a really important point, Mr Speaker, which hasn't been understood by many, including members of the opposition. Mr Speaker, this includes, Mr Speaker, I'm going to go through this report, which I don't think the member speaking on the other side of the House has read. The traffic light system is designed to provide more transparency and clarity to beneficiaries about whether they are complying with their obligations. If benefit recipients continue to meet the obligations, they will not be sanctioned. And just to bear in mind, 98% of beneficiaries are compliant with their sanctions. There's 2% who are not. And we want to make sure that they understand what their obligations are and that they would comply with them, and they're relatively simple. The intention is for the non-financial sanctions which this bill puts in place to be less punitive than the financial sanctions which have been in place since 2010. So less punitive, Mr Speaker. And members of the opposition would be well reminded to communicate that clearly rather than try to claim it's something that it's not. The application of non-financial sanctions at the red level of the traffic light system will expand the tools available to MSD to provide an alternative to what are currently called Grade 1 sanctions, which are financial sanctions. The introduction of these traffic light colours is a communication tool so that benefit recipients could get a clear indication of their current compliance with their obligations and associated system changes. This will also help enable welfare system settings that reinforce expectations to work where appropriate and will lift economic outcomes for people and their families through exit into work. Mr Speaker, there is a place and time for people, for various reasons, to be on a benefit for reasons of health, reasons of family circumstances, reasons of loss of employment. But there is so many opportunities for being in employment, Mr Speaker. There's so much to be gained from that. There's so much money to be developed from that, where that opportunity is available to people, and we want that opportunity to be available to people on this side of the House, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, income support does provide people with protection against life shocks such as job loss. However, to ensure that they return as quickly to work as possible, they have obligations to take steps to prepare for and search for work, and they need to understand what those obligations are, importantly. And there are also opportunities to improve understanding of benefit recipients to look for their obligations to work. Automated decision-making, Mr Speaker, I just want to make it clear that automatic decision-making will not be used to assign sanctions. That addresses a point made by the Green Party. Work seminars, which is also another option, will provide MSD with the ability to talk to people more personally, directly, and provide them consistent messaging about their obligations. In terms of medical certificates, Mr Speaker, this raises another point. We note medical reviews are not tied to the 26-week reapplication process for job seeker support. Job seekers will not be required to seek another medical certificate for this process. Mr Speaker, there's a lot more I could go into in this report, but the key point here, Mr Speaker, is that this is actually assisting beneficiaries. This is assisting them to get back into employment, and I commend this bill to the House.
I call on Helen White.
Thank you. I want to take issue with the suggestion that anybody in this House is thinking it's a good thing to be unemployed. Absolutely not. At the Labour Party time in office, what you saw was a record level of employment, and I was incredibly proud of that. That's what moved people out of poverty, coming out of unemployment and into employment. And you'll never get an argument from this side of the House that that is not a good thing. We are the party for workers. We know the value of a decent job. But what we also know is that under this government, there is a rort going on. These kinds of pieces of legislation are all actually smoke and mirrors. We're supposed to look over here at what is being said about these people who just can't get themselves a job, while the government calculates to take away jobs to reduce inflation. Now, I can substantiate that point because I've been here in the House as that's happened and I've seen the results. Last year, we had a bill before the House which meant that the Reserve Bank Governor no longer looked at maximising sustainable employment when balancing the needs of the economy. It was taken away and he was given a single mandate. That was taken away on purpose. For those of the people who are watching this who don't understand this, the point of it is if you raise unemployment up, then wages drop and inflation comes down. But real people pay a real price when that happens. They can't feed their kids. They're unemployed. Now, I want to also dispel another myth here because I've just had a speaker talk about taxpayers and thank them. Well, taxpayers and beneficiaries, they're not different things. People who have paid tax all their lives end up suddenly unemployed under this government. That is an all too common occurrence. The people in Kinleith who lost their jobs and where the government was not prepared to step in and do anything for them, they're now beneficiaries. We are never that far away from it in this country because we simply don't have the savings. We are all in a position, and remember back to COVID, when many of us wondered what was going to happen the next day. How were we going to cope if our job disappeared? That was all something that was really close to us. So what's really important in this country is that we have had a proud tradition of a safety net of unemployment benefit. We have done that. We have had a safety net. Not every country has it, and it's been something I've been incredibly proud of and the Labour Party has been associated with. But let's also bust the myth that there haven't been sanctions before. Of course there have been sanctions before. In every system like this, there are going to be boundaries. There have always been sanctions. If people have not met their obligations, there have always been sanctions. In 2018, this Act that we're amending today had sanctions in it. It had a hierarchy of sanctions. You could have your benefit taken away. There have also always been good relationships between MSD and our budget services who've sent people off to get help with managing what is a very meagre amount of money and making ends meet. And our budget services are to be applauded for the work they've done, particularly since they tell me at the moment that the government cut their funding. So while we create a sanction under this particular regime where we're supposed to be sending people off for money management, who's going to do it, people? Because you cut the money for budget services. And all my community is suffering as a result. You cut the money for budget services at a time when you made people employed deliberately. And it's a rort, people. It's a rort. You made them deliberately unemployed because that was the idea, was to bring down inflation. There are many ways to bring down inflation. This one is morally unacceptable. And we have watched that happen under this government's watch. And then what do we get? Oh, we get time and urgency spent passing a piece of legislation which actually paints a picture of a beneficiary as a slacker. That's what it's about. Demonise a group of people, many of whom are our relatives, our friends. They are unemployed at the moment because of this government tanking the economy. That's what's happened under the watch of this government. I was door knocking the other day in Point Chev and I came across a guy who'd come up from Wellington because, as he put it, the place is dead. There's no work here. So he was in Point Chev going off and finding other work because this place is dead for a lot of people. They cannot find a job. If you're in Kinleith, it's much worse than being in Wellington, I can tell you, because where do you go for a job? And what this government's doing is getting on its preachy high ground. It's preaching. I don't think that is a very relevant comment, and it sounds a little bit like, in fact, this is hitting a bit of a nerve, because I suspect at the doors in many parts of Auckland right now that the member who said that is actually hearing exactly the same thing. They're hearing it's really hard to pay the bills, there isn't any work out there, the economy's being tanked, all of those things are true. And this piece of legislation suffers from being a complete rort. It says, look over here, we'll tinker around, we'll put a few more sanctions in, we'll blame these people here. Now, don't get me wrong, there is always a place for making sure that when we are giving out money, taxpayers' money, we have proper boundaries in place. But let's face it, we did have proper boundaries in place. We have had a regime in place for a very, very long time that serves the needs of the community and it gets people into work. But what's the best thing we can do about getting people into work? Prioritise it. Prioritise decent work, people. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that New Zealanders have pathways through to decent jobs, not hand-to-mouth existences, decent work. And indecent jobs are ones that pay so little that people end up mentally ill, they end up with addiction issues, they end up in stressed relationships where they are mean to their kids or stressed with their kids. Those are the things that happen when you don't have decent work in an economy, and it's got to be our number one priority, and it is not this current government's. Now, we saw it yesterday when the tax cuts couldn't be paid for, when the budget fell short. Who was first on the chopping block? Women and low-paid workers, because low-paid workers are an easy pickings for this government. They are not the people who necessarily are writing to the minister. Well, they weren't yesterday. I suspect they are today. I suspect there'll be a whole lot of workers out there at the moment thinking, this government, it doesn't have our interests in mind. It doesn't have a clue. It's busy focusing on blaming people who it's catapulted into unemployment for its own means. It's focusing on blaming them rather than assisting them in any way. So I've heard a lot of rubbish language this week. I've heard that what we are doing in pay equity is we're simply trying to make things better and expedite the system, when the opposite is going on. It's utterly frustrating to hear such a twisting of what the focus of a piece of legislation is. And on this one, I think the same thing. I think that this is about making sure that New Zealanders are distracted, that they're blaming people, that they're feeling resentful at people, that they're mythologised. I think that's what's going on here, because the government doesn't want ordinary New Zealanders to see that people don't have work that did last year. And that is the truth, because we have the highest unemployment we've had for 4 years under this government's watch. So when sanctimony about people who have to be apparently sanctioned even further than they are comes forth in a piece of legislation like this, I ask the New Zealand public, what is the reason the government's doing that? So that you look over here and you blame your friend and your neighbour, you blame your kids or whatever, rather than blaming this government for putting us deliberately in this situation because it did not prioritise the right things. Labour will do that when it gets elected.
Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Amendment Bill is really aimed at better helping, supporting, and enabling people to get back on their feet and back to work, and to be able to regain that confidence in work and to be able to uplift their lives themselves and to support themselves. Mr. Speaker, with all that has been said and expressed, I commend this bill to the House.
Split call. Priyanka Radhakrishnan, the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to contributions from members of that side of the House for much of today on this bill, and it's quite disheartening to constantly hear beneficiaries being characterised in the way that they have, in terms of people who don't want to go to work, who need to be forced off a benefit to get into work, who need to be sanctioned and have punitive measures put on them, making it harder for them to survive. I would genuinely just say to members opposite to try and understand the context of people who live very different lives to your own. A recent social cohesion report, it bodes well for our society if people on both sides do that. So, recently, there was a social cohesion report that compared various indicators between New Zealand and Australia. One of those figures was stark. 25% of New Zealanders skip a meal because they can't afford it. 25%. 1 in 4 of us compared to 13% across the ditch. And yet, what is this government doing? They've gutted pay equity, taking money away from women workers to balance their budget. They have diluted a law that aims to protect wildlife, and now this, deflecting attention by punching down on beneficiaries. 97% of submitters to the Select Committee opposed this bill, and on good reason. This is the second reading, and so I'm going to bring their voices into this debate and into my contribution. There was one that stood out for me, a 50-year-old former lawyer who had to retire due to disabilities. Disability arose from an event that happened with a gas system, no fault of this person. This person says, and I quote, "It is extremely difficult to get a supported living payment. There is some 52 pages to the application form that was necessary for me to obtain significant support over a space of 5 weeks just to fill in that form. Ongoing requirements are also onerous, and disabilities don't go away. The requirements are onerous for someone without disabilities, and for someone who is unwell or has disabilities, that adds significantly to the burden." So it goes on to say that the process is already dehumanizing and humiliating. Most people, in fact, I would dare to say that the vast majority of people who are in receipt of a benefit would prefer to be working. For the most part, there is not an issue of motivation. There is an issue of availability of jobs or capability. I point also to an excellent submission by the Disabled Persons Assembly New Zealand, and one part of that talks about that availability of jobs to disabled people. The system does not recognise barriers to employment or accessibility for disabled people. It goes on to say that many people highlighted the barriers to employment that disabled people face, and then emotional pressure of continually being expected to apply for jobs that they cannot get. And there is in there an excellent quote from someone who cares for a teenager who has a rare syndrome and autism, and just how difficult it is to get into the job market when you're in that position. Many submissions talked about the money management system, where 50% of a person's benefit is loaded onto an MSD payment card that can only be used to buy certain items. Many disabled people pay 50% of what they get on rent. This system that members opposite are lauding will now put people in the position where they cannot pay their rent. So reflect on that. Finally, a disabled beneficiary and PhD student who submitted to Select Committee, and I quote, "I'm a disabled beneficiary and PhD student. It is clear that this bill is not actually about better outcomes for those on benefits. It's about instituting punitive and bureaucratic measures designed to save the government money at the expense of those this government is choosing to leave in financial hardship." And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that just makes things so much harder for those who are already struggling. I actually even got a message from someone who is in a similar position, and she says, "I'm not skipping meals per se, but I'm not eating meals either when the kids aren't here. Like I'm eating a tub of yogurt or all the beans from the can rather than making a meal. Living off the benefit I get weekly is not possible in any way, shape or form. My life isn't terrible because I have my house settlement to live off, but it would be if I didn't have that. Life is hard enough. I can't imagine trying to claw my way out of the hole I was in if I didn't have it. I'd be miserable." How do you build yourself up and back when you're in desperation daily? The desperation is being made worse by this bill.
Carlos Chong.
I'm not confused. The other side keep telling me that they're fighting for the workers. But for me, it sounds like they actually want people to long-term reliance on benefit. They don't understand that this legislation will not affect those who are actively looking for jobs, not affecting those who have ability to work for the jobs. We believe that the beneficiaries who are able to work should be taking reasonable steps to re-enter the workforce, and that consequence exists for those who don't. I commend this bill to the House.
Well done. The Honourable Carlo Cipollone.
Mr. Speaker, the same assertions made from that side of the House whenever we have a debate on social security, on the welfare system, are that this side of the House wants to encourage long-term welfare dependency, that we want to encourage people to languish on benefit. It's simply not the case. And I have to say that it's simply not the case for any political party in this House. We all want New Zealanders who can work to be able to work. Some of us are just a little bit more in touch with the realities for New Zealanders. I think that side of the House forget that actually the economy is doing poorly under their watch. People are losing jobs en masse under their watch. In fact, 5.1% unemployment now. In Auckland, it's 6.4% unemployment. For Pacific, it's 10.8% unemployment. For Māori, it's up around the 10% mark as well. The same people who lose jobs during bad economic times, which all too often seem to fall under national-led governments. Mr. Speaker, what we have here is a piece of legislation that is again attempting by the government to make it look like they've got the whip out and they're coming down hard on those that have lost jobs and are on benefits. But in actual fact, Mr. Speaker, since they've been in government, even though they set a target of reducing the number of job seeker beneficiaries by 50,000, we've got over 30,000 more people on benefit under their watch. And then they come along with these measures that they say will help push people into employment, when all of the evidence in front of us, including when we look at the departmental report, tells us that many of the measures reflected in this bill have no evidence to support they will actually do anything that works. It's disappointing, Mr. Speaker, and actually, quite frankly, it's farcical. This is supposed to reduce the number of people on benefit, but it seems like the only strategy for reducing the number of people on benefit is to sanction them off benefit, or to make being on benefit so difficult that they simply cannot stay on it. They were given the option of setting a target of reducing the number, increasing the number of exits into employment. But instead they just chose this reduction target with no regard or concern for where people might go when they leave benefit, because frankly, they don't care. All they want is for their books to look better, even though they look worse now than what it looked when they took them over. And they don't care whether or not these families have positive outcomes or not. They are very clear with their objective for the bill, that it is to reduce the cost to the government by reducing the number of people on benefit. Again, a reflection of the fact that all they care about is the money they need for their priorities and budget, rather than caring for those New Zealanders who have sadly found themselves out of work and needing some assistance from the state in the form of welfare. I also want to reflect on what my colleague Priyanka Radhakrishnan referred to, and that is the numbers of people on benefit who have health conditions and disabilities. Now, many of them are not precluded by the measures in here, because they haven't precluded job seekers who have health conditions and disabilities. So again, they have no sense of realism for these people's realities and how difficult it is to take up employment, or in fact, actually, to get employed. They never seem to mention that actually there are a number of employers out there that simply are not willing to take a chance with people who are in the welfare system. Now, that's not those people's fault who are in the welfare system. Now, many of you will know, I once was the Minister for Social Development, and we all receive the same advice. It hasn't really changed in terms of the research and evidence. The international research on sanctions is not good. It doesn't lead to better outcomes for those on welfare. It doesn't lead to more of them getting into employment. What it does do is it raises the stress levels for those people who already have very little bandwidth to deal with the stresses that have come their way. And it leads to more individuals and their families being in poverty. Now, that is what this government is wanting to happen and pushing to happen when they put this particular bill through. Mr. Speaker, we've seen in this bill that they have included things like non-financial sanctions of money management and community work experience. And as we've debated this across the course of considering this bill, the government have continued to push that this is actually some kind of charitable addition to the suite of sanctions that are available, and that they are doing something good for beneficiaries by not actually giving them a financial sanction. Well, Mr. Speaker, again though, it shows how out of touch they are. If they were to take 50% of a beneficiary's benefit and then expect that that would be money managed by putting on a payment card, then they would be ignoring the fact that for so many of these beneficiaries, because of the fact that their benefit incomes are so low, they are already paying 50% or more for their accommodation. So then they say that they won't apply it to those people. Well, that means that a whole lot of people won't have it applied to them. So all I can think when I'm looking at that is they're just trying to look to the general public like they're coming down hard on them, when the reality is it's not even a practical measure that can be implemented with these individuals or these families. The community work non-financial sanction was criticised by the community work sector, by the charitable sector, by the community and voluntary sector. The expectation that they would be able to onboard a volunteer as quickly as what would be expected by this measure, do all the vetting and make sure that they are safe in their own practice and safe for those that they would be serving within a matter of days, and that they would only serve a period of time of 2 weeks or something undertaking the community service is absolutely unrealistic. And all of these organisations came out and told the government that that was the case. How can they possibly do the work that it takes to onboard a volunteer, get them ready, make them safe for themselves, make them safe for everyone else, and then give them a community service experience that is going to inform their future work prospects as well as support that organisation, is unrealistic. And the government were told that. Again, it's just some attempt to try and look like they are coming down hard on beneficiaries. In many ways, a guised version of working for the dole or something that we know members on that side of the House like to talk about. Mr. Speaker, this is not a piece of legislation that is going to support those who are already down and out to get into employment. It is instead a bill that is another attempt to blame beneficiaries for the current economic conditions and to deflect away from the fact that actually they are responsible for the fact that over 30,000 more people are on benefit and that has occurred under their watch. Instead, they want to put the boot in and make out that it's these people who are unemployed, that it is their fault. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad continuation of the National Party's legacy for beneficiary bashing over the course of decades. It is predictable. It is so incredibly predictable. And you have to wonder, at what point in time does that political party reflect on some of the decisions that they have made since the outset of their party being formed and realise that actually there was no evidence behind any of those decisions? It did not help New Zealand become a better place. It did not turn the tide on the levels of poverty that we as a nation have faced over the course of decades. And it did not improve the lives of not just those beneficiaries, but of the children in those beneficiaries' households. Mr. Speaker, we of course will not be supporting this bill. And I stand here saying, I put on record again, we of course will always support New Zealanders who are out of work to get into upskilling and training and employment. But we're not going to kick them while they're down, to deflect from any of the mistakes that we might make, because certainly that lot over there have made a lot of mistakes in their last 18 months.
Mr. Speaker,
Dan Bidwell.
From welfare to work, that is our goal. And nothing contributes to overall well-being more than work, Mr. Speaker, this bill, in my view, encourages work. It's actually, I have read the bill, it's right here. It's actually pretty reasonable to expect those on a benefit to upskill, to continue to reapply for their beneficiaries, and to make sure they're doing everything they can to get into work. It's a carrot and a stick approach, because, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House has much greater ambition for Kiwis than staying on a benefit. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Social Service and Community Committee by majority be agreed. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary? No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed. And those of that opinion will say aye. And to the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e kau.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed.
Social Security Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for the consideration of the Social Security Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Social Security Amendment Bill. Members, we come now to part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 58, amendments to Social Security Act 2018 and Schedules 1 and 2. The question is that part 1 stand apart. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to flag that this is a robust and long bill, and so I'll try to go clause by clause as much as I can, and I'll flag when I'm speaking to amendments as well. But yeah, just to make sure that it's in order. So I want to start with clause 5 of part 1, particularly clause 5, which amends section 21 in relationship to work gap, and that's repealing section 21(3). And I wanted to ask the Minister about what is the policy intent, and I asked this because that didn't actually get a lot of scrutiny in the Select Committee, nor was it something that the Minister publicly talked about. But the bill effectively is doing away with a specific definition of work gap in a provision, which if we look at the Social Security Act, the work gap would include, for example, that somebody is considered to have that if a person is receiving job seeker support at the rate in other clauses, and during a temporary period the person engages in full-time employment, and the income from that employment and the person's other income, if any, when calculated over a 52-week period, is less than the amount that would, under the appropriate income test, reduce the applicable rate of the job seeker support to zero. And I guess our concern is that, like, rather than, I guess, just changing the 52-week to potentially, for example, 26 weeks, the minister's just done away with that. We think this is problematic because it would effectively reduce the number of particularly single parents who are eligible for job seeker support, and in some ways it also disincentivizes engaging in employment because of that narrowing definition of a work gap. I wanted to start with that because it also ties in with an amendment that we have, which would, that is under my name, to delete that clause 5 in and of itself. And the amendment for us means that basically we would ensure that single parents who temporarily engage in full-time employment, where the income from that employment would not reduce the applicable rate of job seeker support to zero, they can continue to be considered to have a work gap and remain eligible for support, notwithstanding any other eligibility criteria. The bill, particularly if we think about, for example, the debates on the first and second reading, a lot of it has been in relationship to the additional non-financial sanctions, and which I will touch on later. But this change to the what is considered to be work gap has not actually given much mention by the minister, and I think actually the public should have it on the record as to why the minister is narrowing this definition and taking away one of the specific provisions and that helps define somebody having a work gap. I'm really concerned about the negative impacts that this could have on people. And I wonder whether this very specific clause, what the intent is simply to therefore narrow the scope of who then would be eligible for a benefit, which in and of itself then reduces the amount eligible for a benefit, which then in turn may help the government meet its target of having less people on the benefit. But that doesn't necessarily mean more people in full-time employment or ongoing full-time employment. And so I'm keen to understand particularly what is the policy intent, what level of consultation she had on the work gap, because we didn't actually, the minister didn't talk about those changes in the select committee, nor in her public communications. So I think that part deserves a bit more commentary from the speaker. I'm also interested to see if she would be supportive of her amendment that would remove that clause 5, because we actually think, despite our political and ideological differences, that actually that we see this as actually disincentivizing employment. And so I think this is just feels like an odd thing to be putting forward in the bill. So really eager to start off the debate with clause 5, and I will then go on to other parts of this piece of legislation as we go to. I also wanted for the chair, while I've got that 1 minute left, just to flag that I recognize that and when we start getting into clause 10 onwards and we took the different non-financial sanctions, that I know that the language is relatively similar, but I want to float that I may be touching on some of those things that may sound repetitive, but the benefit sanctions are different. So the way that the language ends up applying to the specific benefit sanctions will be different. So I just want to preemptively flag that in case I'm referring to language that may sound similar in writing, but the policy intent is different.
Honourable Louise Upston.
Madam Chair, I just thought it would be useful if I provide some opening comments and context. This is a really simple bill. There's really only 4 changes that we're making in terms of non-financial sanctions. I think some of the impressions that may have been left by opposition members in their comments in earlier readings may be misunderstood. So let me first say, no one is sanctioned if they can't find a job. There are obligations in terms of people being available for work, looking for work, attending meetings with their case manager, attending sessions at MSD. So this is all about the rights and responsibilities, ensuring that those who are on job seeker benefits, for example, are taking the steps they need to. And unlike the current settings that had been unchanged for the 6 years of the Labour Greens government, we are adding sanctions that are non-financial. So at the moment, the only ability is to either reduce a benefit in half or end it completely. These 4 new non-financial sanctions mean the entire amount of the benefit is retained, and there are just a couple of changes. The clause that the member refers to is also related to a 26-week reapplication. We want to ensure that people continue to be eligible for the benefit type they are on. And again, that's a very simple change that we've made. So, Madam Chair, I do want to make it clear this is not a complex piece of legislation. It's been through a full select committee process, and I'm confident that we can get through it quite easily.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Just following on the comments from the Minister, because if she said that Clause 5 was in relationship to the 26-week changes, why did she not just simply change the language in Section 21.3 of the Social Security Act 2018, the bit that said 52 weeks to 26 weeks, as opposed to just repealing it altogether? That to me doesn't make a lot of sense. So I will just seek clarification once more. Why is she repealing Section 21.3 of the Social Security Act and narrowing the definition of workup? But I will move now to Clause 8A so that I can broaden the scope of the debate a bit. So I wanted to ask another thing that she didn't communicate in her public comms and wasn't tested thoroughly because of that lack of proactive debate in the public by the Minister was Clause 8 and the changes to Section 181 of the Social Security Act in relationship to the application of health and safety legislation. I wanted to understand basically the consequences of applying health and safety legislation to in a broader sense, and I wanted to understand whether, from her perspective, whether Clause 8A was specifically needed as a result of the community work experience, and I know that in Clause A2 there is just a slight mention of it in terms of an activity in the community arranged by MSD, but more broadly, the broadening of how the health and safety legislation applies to some of this. I'm curious to also know what consultation she did around the enforcement of that. And so, because a lot of these volunteer organizations and work in the community, maybe in quite small organizations, that they themselves may not have access to, for example, an understanding of health and safety legislation. So I'm keen to understand how she sees the enforcement of any potential breaches of health and safety legislation as it applies in Clause 8A to, for example, activities in the communities. Because otherwise, this feels like it'll just sound nice, but there'll be very little ability to be able to enforce it. So what feedback, since this is being debated and introduced, has she received at all in terms of the ability for Clause 8A, and Part 1 to actually apply in a meaningful way? And so the other thing that I want to say is that part of the challenge, part of the reason why I also wanted to talk about Clause 8A to B2 is that it's an activity that is voluntary. It could be a volunteer organization. So this is quite different from being in a workplace where, for example, you may have people who may be more in tune with health and safety legislation. A lot of our volunteer organizations are struggling to even have enough, for example, governance training to understand the very basic responsibilities under the Incorporated Society Act or the laws that dictate our charities, but they would even have less ability to actually understand how health and safety legislation applies to them. So I think that's, with the broadening of the application of health and safety legislation, how does she expect that the volunteer organizations that I'm assuming will likely be part of the community work experience stuff that we'll debate later are equipped with the knowledge of how, when they're engaging with someone on the benefit, they'll understand also the responsibilities that they may have under the new, now broadened application of health and safety legislation under 8A.
Honourable Louise Upston.
Madam Chair, actually the member was on the select committee where this change was recommended by the Parliamentary Council Office. Very minor change that just ensures, in terms of the report job search that this refers to, that the health and safety legislation applies.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just supporting what our Green member was saying there also, Madam Chair, and it's an incredibly frustrating experience for job seekers at the moment, forced to off the benefit and then forced to reapply, Madam Chair. But I want to come to Part 1, Clause 10, 183A, and just listening to what the Minister was saying, in particular in terms of job seeker profiles, Madam Chair. I just need to hear from the Minister, particularly with MSD. What assessment has the Minister considered in boosting capacity at MSD to process the job seeker profiles? And is there enough staff to process these profiles so not to delay their benefit payments? I'm particularly interested in this area, given that our staff is at MSD and are not trained social workers. They do not have this, with respect, do not have the skills to deal with some of the experiences that they're going through, some of the problems that are being raised out in the community. So we're worried particularly about the emphasis and the extra burden put on MSD, given the current climate also, Madam Chair, in terms of funding with the government, cutting back on funding. And I'm also speaking, Madam Chair, to an amendment I put up in Clause 10, 183A. Is there sufficient capacity to process profiles within 10 working days, and can they guarantee the protection of clients' personal data? This is some of the areas we want the Minister to look at, and put an amendment up to record that. But also to the Minister, how will job seekers be informed about their profiles and keeping their data safe? I think this is a huge concern amongst the community. What sort of security can people have at that level? How will the bill also assure accurate and fair assessment of job seeker profiles, and will there be provisions put in place, Madam Chair, to prevent AI-generated job seeker profiles from being used? This has been a push now that has been put forward, and if we're going to be relying on that, how secure, how comfortable are our people in the community, and what role does automated decision-making play, Madam Chair, to the Minister, in job seeker reapplication processes? I ask you to consider that also, given there's a real emphasis in terms of automation, and a real worry at the moment, and I know obviously we're speaking to these questions, but a real worry at the moment in terms of how whānau are feeling at ground level with this more punitive approach from this government. How will they feel in these areas? So these are questions that I'd like the Minister to consider in terms of guaranteeing the protection of clients' personal data. How can she give us some assurances that will happen? Will she consider putting that forward as a further amendment in terms of some guarantee with regards to people in our community? Madam Chair, we do have a community. We do have communities who are very much on edge at the moment, and it would help if the Minister could give some assurances that their lives are not going to change dramatically, given the past history in terms of national governments, given the Labor government's approach, particularly in terms of being more embracing. We'll get into some of the more community-type kōrero later on, but I would ask the Minister to consider some of these questions in terms of assurances for our people at ground level, and are they, what level of comfort can they take now going to MSD, who are working with under a budget that is now, we would consider underfunded. They don't have the resources, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the skills at MSD to deal with some of these issues. And I haven't even got on to what the Māori situation, the disabled situation. There are a lot of concerned groups in the community at the moment. So I put those questions forward to the Minister to answer and to consider, and look forward to her response.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, I'd like to keep to the issues that are outlined in the bill, and the one that the member raises is the job seeker profile. This is more about the fact that we do want to have more meaningful employment conversations with those who apply for the job seeker benefit, and the frontline staff do an incredible work. I don't have the lack of confidence that that member does in the ability of MSD staff. And actually having an applicant have a job seeker profile with their work experience, their qualifications, will actually make it so much easier for Work and Income to support them into employment. That's exactly what it's about. It's really simple, and we're just asking that that job seeker profile is completed at the commencement of a benefit.
Honourable
So much. I'm really wanting to look at Clause 12, Section 233A, which is where there is the detail around cancellation of main benefit for continuing failure to comply. I wanted to ask the Minister if she was presented with any new evidence that showed that the measures in this particular subclause, that they would be effective in any way with regards to not only compliance but also supporting those who are on benefit to go into employment. Ultimately, Madam Chair, it's important to refer back to that because the objective of this bill is supposed to be to support New Zealanders into employment. The evidence that I previously seen certainly is clear about the fact that sanctions are not a tool that should be considered effective for the purpose of supporting people onto employment. So I'd like the Minister to let us know if she's been presented with any new credible evidence that would support this section to stand as it is. Because of the concerns that I have with this section, with the way in which the sanctions will be applied, I also wanted to put to the Minister whether or not the operational instruction has changed. In the past, it was always the case that sanctions should be applied as a last resort as opposed to something that is willy-nilly dealt out to clients on benefit. Given the very serious implications for the individual receiving the benefit, particularly if that beneficiary has children or minors in their care. Madam Speaker, I am, because of the concern that I have with this section and the implications for people who would already be deemed vulnerable, I have suggested, or actually my colleague, the Honourable Willie Jackson, he hopes to be a minister again soon, where there is that we would, in Clause 12, Section 2338, after Subclause 3, insert that MSD must not cancel a person's main benefit unless adequate support systems are in place to support client compliance, or without considering an evaluation on the impact of sanctions on the client and their family, or there is a risk of the client being homeless as a result of any cancellation, or if any assessment concludes that the sanction is overly punitive. Now, on top of wanting to know from the Minister if she received any new advice that states that sanctions will support New Zealanders or beneficiaries into work, I do want to know whether there was any advice about whether this particular section could lead to increasing homelessness of those that are on benefit. They are already receiving very low levels of income through the welfare system. Many of them are paying upwards of 50% for the accommodation that they're living in. If they are to lose half or part or full part, or full benefit, then common sense has to prevail, and their ability to retain and maintain accommodation would be compromised. I'm concerned about this because, of course, we've seen this with the barriers and the blockage to New Zealanders who require emergency housing being put in place, with the increase in homelessness being seen across the country. And our providers, our social service providers are very clear that that homelessness increase has come about as a direct result in the policy change to accessing emergency housing. So I want to know whether this section is going to result in increased homelessness, and whether or not the Minister has received any advice from her officials to suggest that that may be the case. Going back to the first question, it was around whether or not operational practices changed. In the past, sanctions were applied as a last resort. The increased emphasis on sanctions makes me wonder whether or not that operational instruction or operational way of implementing the policy has changed. So if the Minister could respond to those questions, that would be great.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, the previous government had a directive that sanctions should be used sparingly. That's not the view of this government. The view of this government is that there is the balancing of rights and responsibilities between those who are receiving benefits and actually for taxpayers who are funding it. And so we do very clearly with the traffic light system is all about ensuring that, and actually 98% are at green, which is fantastic news. They know what their obligations are, they know what the steps are that will improve their chance of finding a job. I'll repeat, there is no sanction if you can't find a job. It's just taking the steps necessary to improve your chances. So the 13-week cancellation, I would reiterate, is for a person's, if they fail to recomply, and this would be a very rare occurrence where someone continues to ignore their responsibilities with all assistance that's available through MSD at the moment, and there's incredible support that's provided by frontline staff. At the end of the day, if people don't engage and don't comply with their obligations, there has to be a consequence, and our government believes in consequences.
Ricardo Menendez March.
Madam Chair, so this is let's call on clause 10, well, at least in the Green Party's side, and this is a bit where it's adding new sections 1.3a into 1.83d and cross-heading and set it in part 2 after subpart 2 heading, and then this is a job seeker profile bit. I wanted to jump onto 1.3a clause 2, starting, and I will also touch on clause 4, and then I'll move on to 183b. But in the Select Committee, a lot of the questions we ask about how this would work in practice, we heard from MSD that a lot of the stuff was still being developed around how this would be applied. So between then and now, I am curious to know, for example, in clause 2 of the new section in the Social Security Act that has been proposed, which is 183, the bit that reads, MSD must require a person to have a job seeker profile completed to MSD satisfaction. Since the Select Committee process, is the Minister aware of any guidelines that have been developed to ensure that people on the benefit, particularly those who are expected to complete a job seeker profile, have a clear understanding of what are MSD's expectations when it comes to, you know, the level of thoroughness that needs to be put into this profile, because I guess the legislation is quite, like, the language in the legislation is very broad. It just says to MSD satisfaction, which means there's a high level of discretion attached. Often some of these more specific bits get added somewhere in the website. So I guess I'm curious to know whether these guidelines have already been developed or they're still underway, as we understood by the time we were hearing this bill in the Select Committee. Clause 4, for example, in this new section proposed in the Social Security Act, talks about how the form and revocation of requirement communicated to a beneficiary may be oral or written. I'm curious to know whether there's been guidelines already developed as to when will either of these be applied. So when will MSD choose to communicate things orally or in writing? And I'm also interested to know in basically in clause 10, but basically clause 4 of the changes to the Social Security Act, B, so that's on page 12, just for the chair in case she's trying to follow.
I'm following.
My references. It talks about how this form and revocation of requirement may be revoked orally or in writing, and only if MSD considers the requirement not reasonable in the circumstances of the person's spouse or partner or both. Has MST already developed a list since the select committee process of this not reasonable circumstances? I also had a question specifically so now we're moving on to 183B, which talks about what happens if a person does not have a job seeker profile completed. Basically, I'm concerned about how this may result in delays to a benefit being granted. And this brings me to my amendment, and that is number 266, which would basically, on clause 10, add a new section in the Social Security Act, which is 183B and 183C, that will require MSD to assess a claim for a benefit despite the beneficiary failing to complete a job seeker profile if the person is in serious hardship, and not granting a benefit could present a serious risk to their well-being. The reason for that is that I think in the Act that is not clear enough. For example, when I was a welfare advocate, I would work with people who were homeless, who were not receiving a benefit, and sometimes we would take them onto work and income, for example, for them to receive a benefit for the first time. Delays on this would have massive consequences to the person. And so, and a lot of the people that were working who may have been chronically without a home may have literacy issues, for example, some which are not easily communicated. There's a lot of shame attached to those. So like not everybody may be so open to, I guess, sharing the barriers that they may experience in filling out some of these things. But for example, if MSD assesses that somebody's already in serious hardship and delays on granting a benefit or the requirement to complete a job seeker profile may exacerbate that, I think the job seeker profile doesn't seem to be of much use, because at the end of the day, if what we are asking for is for people to be in a good position to enter employment eventually, I would say that actually going from zero to having a baseline income is actually a really good step to supporting people into employment. So I'm curious to know if the Minister would be open to making that provision clear. Madam Chair.
Ricardo Menendez-Marx.
Thank you. To making that provision clear so that if somebody is in hardship, the job seeker profile does not become a genuinely unnecessary barrier to receiving income support. That also takes me to another amendment of mine that it touches on this very same clause, and so I wanted to bring it to this next 5 minutes, which is around the inclusion of people on sole parent support. Now, currently, people on sole parent support have, depending on the age of their youngest child, have different types of work obligations and requirements. But for example, in the provisions that are being added in clause 10, so the new sections 183A, in clause 1B, sole parent support is explicitly mentioned. And so I just wanted to test whether job seeker profiles will be required for people on sole parent support who have children under 3. If that is the case, I would invite the Minister to make it, to perhaps change that and to not require people on sole parent support with very young children to fill this job seeker profile, because as has been debated through many, many other times, we recognize that actually those first 1,000 days of the child are really important. We want to support parents to be able to focus as much as they can on this, and recognizing that caregiving is work. So I'm curious to know as to whether the Minister would be seeing people under this new section 183A B2 to still be required to fill a job seeker profile if they have a child under the age of 3, and if she is open to my amendment. With the remaining 3 minutes that I have, I wanted to then move on to the new section 183B, clause 3, and the parts where it talks about the lapsing of benefit applications in relationship to a job seeker profile. And I wonder again whether, because we've got a provision here that means that somebody could apply for a benefit. If MSD is not satisfied, that can end up lapsing. But I did wonder whether, since the Select Committee, whether she's talked to MSD around, for example, what are the timeframes that she expects MSD to be able to evaluate a job seeker profile, to then make sure that MSD can make a decent enough assessment that it has been completed to MSD's satisfaction. This is a point that the reason why I'm raising this, and this will likely come up in other clauses of this bill, is because we have recently heard from MSD about how the front line is, quote, oversubscribed. So the reason why I'm concerned about this is that, so we've got all these provisions, and particularly the new section 183A and B, that require MSD to be satisfied. I'm assuming that requires people at the front lines to be making decisions and assessments and to be reading those job seeker profiles, which in and of itself adds new tasks to the front line. But if we're hearing from MSD that the front line is, quote, oversubscribed, that has been reported in media by Radio New Zealand recently, I'm curious to know whether, since the Select Committee process, as I've said, she understands, for example, like the staff capacity, how much time on average she expects frontline case workers to take to assess this, whether any additional training has been already developed since the Select Committee process to ensure that those frontline case officers can assess those benefit applications in the job seeker profile in a timely manner as to not put people in situations of hardship. Because what I would hate to see is that somebody, for example, makes an application for a benefit, fills out a job seeker profile, and then there's delays of days, weeks, or an indeterminate amount of time, and that delay isn't appropriately communicated to the person on the benefit. You know, the minister talks a lot about responsibilities, but I would hope that MSD also sees responsibility in assessing these job seeker profiles quickly. So again, I want reassurances from the minister, particularly if MSD has developed any more operational guidances or documents around how this is going to be put in practice, about the timeframes that she expects these job seeker profiles to be evaluated and assessed so that people don't face unnecessary and cruel delays that could actually put them into homelessness, as my colleague to my right, Carmel Sepuloni, expressed in relationship to other provisions that exist in this bill.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have answered both what the job seeker profile is and why, and I don't intend to repeat myself.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Very much. Madam Chair, I wanted to ask some questions about Clause 15, Section 236B. And this is the one with regards to community work experience, which has been introduced here for the first time as a non-financial sanction. I wanted to ask some questions of the Minister for clarity on this particular section and this sanction. It's really important we have this discussion given the number of concerns that were raised by the community and voluntary sector about their belief that this particular community work experience is in actual fact unworkable for a number of reasons. I would like the Minister, on top of responding to these questions, to perhaps give a bit of a general overview on how they may have made it more workable, because we certainly haven't had that feedback from the community and voluntary sector. I'm wanting to know from the Minister what the expectation is in terms of the length of time that people may undertake a community work experience as a non-financial sanction. And ask the Minister whether or not there was a change of heart and consideration given to hardship support being provided to those who were undertaking the community work experience, whether or not those who might find themselves homeless over the course of undertaking the community work experience, whether they will be able to access emergency accommodation if they have no other options, and whether or not they will be punished with financial sanctions if, whilst undertaking the community work experience, they encounter life challenges, which many do. Perhaps they become homeless over the course of that time and find it difficult, if not impossible, to show up. What will be the repercussions for them, and will they then face financial challenges on top of whatever life challenges have affected their ability to complete the community work experience? It's really important that we have these discussions, because we're talking about a group of New Zealanders who will encounter a level of challenge and barrier in their lives that most people in this House would fail to comprehend. Because this sanction is being imposed on beneficiaries, and in many ways it's like a type of non-paid work that they will have to travel to, perhaps on the daily, I'm wondering whether or not the Minister gave consideration and whether or not, because I can't see it, this section provides for support for travel and transport across the period of time that they are undertaking community work experience, or what some people are calling forced voluntary service. And if so, what does that look like? I mean, clearly, many of them will be struggling with the day-to-day costs of lives, let alone the additional costs that they will be faced with as a result of having to find transport to and from that community work experience. And if they aren't able to access hardship support during this course of time, then that is going to cause major issues for them as well. I wanted to know from the Minister whether or not they have an expectation, or the Ministry has an expectation, that vetting will be undertaken for the organisation and for the person undertaking the community service, to ensure that both parties are safe in the work experience that has been undertaken, and whether or not there had been a conversation about that. In the event that the client is sick, what are the expectations of the Ministry for Social Development? Because the community or voluntary sector organisation is not really an employer in this situation. They are taking someone on through a scheme that's been imposed by the Ministry for Social Development. And so therefore, what are the reporting requirements of the organisation so that MSD can hold to account the client who is faced with this non-financial sanction, and also for the organisation that has taken them on? And then finally, I have seen some of the international research on these types of measures, and it's not positive. In fact, the outcomes are pretty minimal or poor. I want to know whether or not the Minister's received any recent updates to show anything different.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just reiterate, there are 4 non-financial sanctions where no non-financial sanctions were available prior to this bill. And one of the things that is really important is the frontline MSD staff that are working with those who have not complied with their obligations are in the best place to decide if one of these non-financial sanctions is preferable and which one. And of course, just like some community organisations won't be suitable for placements, others will. And this is all about making sure that there are sensible non-financial sanctions that actually, as a result of individual support for that person and a sanction that is suitable for them and their circumstances, it actually improves their ability to find work.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up also in terms of the job seekers, still looking at section 1838, clause 10. I'm wanting to know from the Minister, how does the bill accommodate people with disabilities and learning difficulties to complete a job seeker profile? There's some real complexities there that I would expect the Minister would be very supportive of and sympathetic to, I should say. And so how will the bill accommodate these special needs in terms of disabilities? Also, I'd like to know from the Minister, because this is such a private thing in terms of some of our people in the community, what measures are in place to prevent the misuse of job seeker profiles? It is a real fear in our community, particularly Māori communities, that their data, that their information will be misused, Madam Chair. So I'd like to know from the Minister, is there a strategy in place with regards to that? And of course, talking about our community. Māori are disproportionately represented in benefit numbers. So I asked the Minister, are there any specific support or strategies around Māori clients to support them in completing their profiles and compliance, and to ensure they clearly understand what's happening, what is the level of consultation been with Māori organisations, Māori community groups on this, because it's incredibly important, and there's a huge worry at the moment out there about what's going to happen next, particularly in the sanctions area. As we keep talking about sanctions, we have a clear line on this that we have to be more embracing. There has to be more aroha shown, and that's certainly what the previous minister was showing, and changed much of the culture that was permeating at the time. Very proud of what happened before, but I would like these questions answered. But I also want to come to Part 1, Clause 10, Section 183. As I said, in terms of filling out the job seekers' profiles, for some of our people at community level, it's very hard, and it may be okay for us in terms of filling out a job seeker profile, but you know, for people who live in poverty, who have complex social and mental health needs, they're not accustomed to that constant compliance of filling out forms and that. So I want to know from the Minister, just under Part 1, Clause 10, Section 183B, has the Minister considered the impact on whānau and kids whose parents are sanctioned if a profile is not completed? What is the we keep hearing that there's not going to be any change, but the problem is there's a flow-on effect in terms of whānau. There's tamariki affected, Madam Chair, there's mokopuna affected, and so has she considered the impact on whānau? So what extra supports is she considering for clients to complete a profile that accommodates the complex needs of some people? So a lot of our people out there, they don't. Everybody thinks everyone's got cell phones. That's not the case. There's a lot of people without cell phones. Some people are gang affiliated, but those people have still got rights, Madam Chair. And so after you get through the whole patch carry on, how do you traverse a system that you don't associate with? I suppose that's the problem in terms of gangs. So I wonder if the Minister has considered some of these areas, clients with complex mental needs, etc., etc. And coming back to my original question, how has she assisted her MSD staff in going down this track, because they are not trained social workers, they are not trained at community level, they're not, many of them do not have the proper background in terms of tikanga, in terms of iwi needs, in terms of community needs, in terms of community needs. So I think there's a lot for the Minister to consider here. I look forward to her response.
Francisco Hernandez.
Chair, for allowing me to take the first call on the Social Security Amendment Bill. I just wanted to add some subs to the excellent questions that were raised by the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni regarding Section 8A to B2. And I really want to hone down on that community an activity in the community arranged by MSD staff, because there is community work expectations. Experience is one of the non-financial sanctions that's been imposed. But I'm concerned that there's no definition of it anywhere. And I think that's potentially quite concerning, given that in sort of overseas jurisdictions, we've seen these sorts of programs potentially open to abuse, potentially open to exploitation. So I guess, I guess what is the expected threshold that meets the threshold for community work? Because I do think that is quite important. And what safeguards, if any, does the Minister intend to put in place to ensure that this sort of program isn't being abused? And there's two ways that I can see it being abused, and I invite my colleagues to think of some other hypotheticals and examples of on how it might be abused. But the first is that a legitimate NGO might offer work that should be paid work, but instead offer it as a voluntary sort of work. And the second is that a business might set up like a fake NGO arm to channel workers into their work. So has that sort of thing been considered? And in particular, I'd like to ask, has there been sort of advice that the minister has requested, commissioned, or received around the impacts of this on the labor market? Because it could have the impact of suppressing worker wages. It could have the impact of actually cancelling jobs that might have been created that are now instead jobs that are basically these make-work jobs that the people in these positions are potentially being taken advantage of. So that is a particularly important concern because we have seen in overseas jurisdictions, particularly in the experience in Australia, how there's been concerns that there are some employers who might take advantage of this situation, and how we might distinguish between different kinds of legitimate community work and businesses that are looking to take advantage of that situation. Another impact that I'd like to ask is around, has there been much consideration on the potential impact of this on the organizations themselves in terms of, is there additional resourcing that will be made available to the community organizations? Because I can see there's a lot of people who are unemployed at the moment, and it's kind of being exacerbated by this government slash and burn policies, but I won't go that deeply into it. But there is a lot of unemployment at the moment. So I can see a situation whereby the NGO sector, which is already dealing with quite a lot of having to fill up the patches, having to suddenly accommodate a lot of people. And look, the people who are on the benefit in New Zealand, let's not resort to stereotypes. A lot of them are skilled, a lot of them are innovative, a lot of them are resourceful, and a lot of them will offer a lot of value within the organizations that they work for. But the organizations will need a little bit of resourcing, will need a little bit of support to make sure that the employees, that the people that they're welcoming into the organizations can have the proper manakitanga that they deserve. And the other... It's all good. It's all good. We don't have Lawrence here, so scrambling among ourselves. Where was my train of thought? Yeah, so it's that concept is particularly important. And the other side of my question is around what might be the impact on wider volunteering itself. If volunteering in New Zealand becomes associated with like something you're forced to do by the oppressive hand of the government, the heavy hand of government, will that lead to a drop-off in volunteer numbers? Because, I think the vibe will be considerably different if I show up to a sort of meeting and I have to, and there are people who clearly don't want to be there but are forced to be there. And I want to return to the thresholds as well of the sort of community work, because we've seen instances like, will political parties be able to use these community workers? Will they be referred to, will we have people campaigning for different political parties who are forced to be there? So I'll leave these questions for now, looking forward to an answer to the Minister.
Time has expired. I just want to recap on something, because we've had a change of Minister in the Chair, and we had some questions from the Honourable Willie Jackson just before we changed Ministers about those people with special needs or unfamiliar with the system, people with capability who might need particular help in terms of completing profiles. And the other question was around the misuse of profiles. Yes, okay, so I'll just put that on the table. I'll give the Minister a chance to think about that. But yeah, so I just want to give the Minister the opportunity to know that. No, I don't need you to repeat. Unless I've missed anything, I think we're quite happy with that. Thank you.
Madam
Helen
Chair.
White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask some questions that are related to those ones and extrapolate a little bit further. And one of those is simply, can the Minister share what sort of organisations are saying yes to this kind of community work option? Do we know what kind of organisations would do that? Because I would hesitate to say most organisations that are based on voluntary work would necessarily want to engage? So what sort of work is being considered, and where is the benefit seen in that for both parties? I also want to know about section, it's 12 and it's a new 233A on page 14, and that's about cancellation of the main benefit. And I took from the Minister and the Chair before that she was talking about how we didn't really have to worry about the settings around community work, because the MSD workers would have quite a high degree of discretion and judgment about where they place people and how they place them, and the kinds of capability they had to get to the job and whether they had enough money, etc., to do that kind of work in that way. And I take the point that we have a lot of really talented people in our MSD offices who actually very much should be often given quite a lot of discretion. But this section, which is about cancellation of the main benefit, it seems prescriptive. It says MSD must cancel a person's benefit. Now, given the realities of the many people out there, the stories that there are, the cases, and I'm hesitant to use this example because I don't want to categorize or suggest that people who are on benefits are dealing with drug issues. A very small group of them are. If you've got somebody who's, for example, got an addiction issue, they may be going through a process of coping and not coping and learning. And so the point where they get to this point of a breakdown in what their meeting obligations might be one where the case manager looks at them and thinks, actually, they're right. Right now, they're at a critical stage. But this provision seems to dictate to the case manager that they have no discretion at all in the situation. So what I wanted to know from the Minister is why is there a must in this? Why have we gone discretion in some places, don't worry about it, we don't have anything to see here, and yet in other areas we've tightened up and made things mandatory in this way? I take the point that one's about placing someone on work and one's about cutting off a benefit, but you're still dealing with a human being in front of you, and there are myriads of situations. I also wondered whether when you do have those kinds of discretions that you give people for, I think, very good reason, where they actually get to make a judgment call and get to know a client and get to make those kinds of decisions, what kind of auditing is going to go on to balance that out? So if they've got those discretions, usually we would see a check and balance in that situation. And so I would like to know what is going on there. Then I've got a question that is actually about the money management part of this situation, because I think a lot of us would have experienced in our communities going into a shop with a big sign on it saying wins quotes here, and you go into the shop and the material, the things that are being sold aren't necessarily that great. They're of sometimes quite questionable quality, but they're often also more expensive than I could pay for out there if I had cash. And so I want to know, when the proposal is money management, which my understanding means you'll be telling people where to get things and how to use their money and controlling what purchases are made, how are we avoiding that problem that we constantly have, where if we subsidise accommodation, it goes up in cost? If we manage the money and we have a preferred provider, suddenly that is built in because the government is paying, etc., and the cost goes up, because these costs are often eventually visited very much on the beneficiary, and we end up with people who are also...
Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, I think I can very quickly respond to the last question around the use of must and the lack of discretion. If the member draws your attention to clause 14 and the definition of failure, because the new section will be that the department
must impose a sanction if there is failure to comply with obligations, and then in the failure definition, you must comply or you must have failed without a good and sufficient reason. So there is discretion in there for the department to determine whether or not there is a good and sufficient reason. So there is a bit of discretion, although the must has to be applied in the first instance.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Madam Chair, kia ora tātou. Can I take our attention, though I think, and it's probably up on some questions that were just prior, around Clause 12, Madam Speaker, and the new Section 233A. So looking at this new section, or the section, my concern is obviously that people will have their main benefit cancelled. So the impact on that is a big deal. It is a big deal for whānau. And what I'm referencing when I make those comments is working in a family harm team, working with people that were trying to get themselves, I guess, well and better. And as a similar example to my colleague on my right, trying to get to all the appointments to comply, trying to get to the interview, trying to get to the court. I mean, God, the whole setting is tough. And try to get to all of those, meet those obligations, get there on time, tick them off. It's often near impossible, particularly when they're under such stress. I live next to a MSD, by the way. I think it's an MSD. There's these security guards outside. It's a scary scenario for many families that are already in a really vulnerable place. And it's like, gee, here I go again. Now my benefit is going to be cut. I have to go and reapply. I know these people already have listening about me. All of these new rules and regulations will be a furthering tension and pressure on families that do, in the main, want to get well. So I guess my question is, what support and mechanisms to Part 1, Clause 12, what support mechanisms might be in place for families who become subject to these orders and provisions in ensuring that they have the tools, the resources and the understanding of what is needed to become eligible? This will likely need to be in a timely fashion, so there's a lot of pressure. There's people without income cannot survive, even some with income, by the way. And it's administrative processes which are a lot of pressure. I have concerns around that and how this will actually be activated, how it will occur. You waltz up to a door, as I'm saying with the security guard, you walk in, you're tagged, you're given a number, and then you're lined up like cows. Those are the recent memories that I have of working into such a place. I'm not saying that all the MSD people are horrible. In fact, some of them, well, most of them are probably not horrible, but the conditions and the pressure that they are required to work under, it's tough. So I'm keen to know what are the understandings, the support mechanisms that the staff will have also to engage with people that are already doing it tough, that are really ticked off because you've just cancelled their main benefit, and the sheer pressure and stress that they'll be carrying when they walk in the door. Thank you.
Honourable James Meager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think from experience as being a constituent MP in Ashburton, I can say that the support offered by MSD to their staff is incredibly valuable and rigorous. In an electorate where there was a horrific incident 10 years ago, the support offered to staff over that time and continuing is very robust, and so I can provide assurances that it is of a high standard. And if for any reason it would be found to be wanting, then it would certainly be improved. I will go to questions from Mr Jackson, who asked around the job seeker profiles. And I'm informed that the profiles are a standard feature in MSD's current practice. MSD do support clients to complete the profiles where that's required, so if there are any accessibility issues, they can help with that. And they can also provide extensions. MSD, when the member asked about the potential misuse of those profiles and misuse of information, of course MSD, along with every government agency, takes the security of people's personal private information very seriously and takes misuse of that information very seriously as well. So they will require information security and compliance with all privacy requirements in storing those profiles. Now, there were some further questions around, and I don't recall from who, about community groups being able to offer community work experience. Now, MSD can't anticipate which community groups may be in a position to offer work experience until the clients are actually out there in the community, but they will reach out to local wider groups for those opportunities. There was actually a mixed response during MSD's consultation, but there are actually providers out there who are willing to be open to helping clients with opportunities like this.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Taking calls likely for closure motions, where actually 2 of the 4 benefit sanctions introduced here did not receive adequate select committee scrutiny, were not flagged publicly by the minister for submissions, which means actually this is the first time we get to adequately scrutinise 2 of those. But I wanted to take us to the new section 183C and 183D. These are found in clause 10. We haven't actually spoken about those, and I have a few questions and an amendment that I want to touch on those. This is in relationship to what happens if a person's spouse or partner does not have the job seeker profile completed. And I particularly wanted to take us to the new section 183C3 in relationship to the language that talks about that any benefit referred to in section 183A1 that is granted at half the rate of the benefit is payable to a beneficiary who's in a relationship. And this kind of is basically trying to articulate what happens if one half of the couple does not fill the job seeker profile. What I wanted to ask is whether that half rate would be deemed to be at the couple's rate or at the singles rate. I say this because a couple's rate is less than 2 singles rate combined, which is a really archaic way of thinking, because it immediately assumes that being in a relationship is cheaper than being single. And to me, mathematically, that never made sense. It's just a really weird thing. Not necessarily, because actually people who are considered to be in a relationship, Mr. Simon Court, actually being in a relationship could be even dating. We've had news stories about people going on Tinder dates being deemed to be in a relationship in the nature of marriage, which is why this is actually quite concerning. So I wanted to ask just at a technical point of view whether that 183C3, whether it's going to be half the couple's rate or basically a singles rate. On 183D, on the period allowed for completion, if we go to the clause 1 and then, clause 2, there's that 20 working day period that's allowed for completion when it comes to the job seeker profile. I particularly wanted to ask whether the minister had sought any advice from Whaikaha or, for example, just any of the disability organisations as to whether that 20-day work period adequately accounted for disabled people. I say this because job seeker benefit is often the first benefit that a disabled person will enter. Then they will likely try to apply for the supported living payment if they do have long-term disabilities. But actually, if your first point of contact with MSD as a disabled person is on the job seeker benefit, and then you only have a 20 working day, I wanted to understand what work the minister did to adequately consult with disability organisations to understand whether that was suitable. Which takes me to an amendment that I had under my name. So this is Amendment 281, which would go to clause 10, and that's in a new, basically, it deletes the new section 183 and related clauses so that a person cannot be refused the benefit for the failure of their partner to complete the job seeker profile. The reason for that is that I'm really concerned about how family violence is not adequately incorporated here, and that actually, in some ways, financial coercion could be used by one of the other half to basically say, I'm going to refuse to fill out this job seeker profile and then basically strip away income from you. And in my view, actually, this seems really counterintuitive, that this could be used as a form of financial coercion in the way that the section set is written. So I would say that actually, if the government didn't want to add new tools of financial control and coercion, that my amendment 281 would be a good way to, even if the government wanted to retain the intent of the job seeker profile, to make sure that actually no perceived partner, and I say perceived because it's MSD who determines that, not necessarily the beneficiary, can actually then say, say I'm not going to fill the job seeker profile as a form of control, and which basically becomes a tool of violence. The individualization of income support is something that has been campaigned on by advocates for a very, very long time. I myself, before being an MP, actually helped launch a campaign around this, and it's been well documented actually. The Child Poverty Action Group has talked about how these marrying of benefit entitlements and kind of the mixing of them has resulted in family violence becoming more prevalent. So I wanted to touch on that. I still wanted to talk about Clause 11, which I haven't had a chance to do, and I wanted to particularly go into the new section 233A on the cancellation of MEM benefit for continuing failure to comply, and I wanted to talk about the clause 3 that is found in this new section, because this section is subject to sections 236D, 3D, and 245, 248.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're jumping around a little bit, and I thought we'd moved on from 12, but I can. I'll address Māori Mena Kapakingi's questions from clause 12 around support in place for clients to meet their obligations and to recomply. I'm advised that MSD can do things like arranging recompliance activities at the earliest opportunity where a client makes contact. They can explain to clients exactly what they need to do to recomply and to get back on track with their obligations. So that's the initial support that's in place for those clients. There are a range of questions around community work experience, and I'll try and fire through the answers quite quickly. I think these were in Mr. Hernandez's section. Questions about will community organisations be vetted? Yes, they will. Is there support for travel entitlements, i.e. to attend the placement? No, there's no direct support for that. Access to hardship, clients will not be able to access special needs housing grants. Oh, yes, including the emergency housing special needs grants while on non-financial sanctions.
Non-financial sanctions?
And what kinds of organisations would be suitable?
That's financial punishment.
The MSD undertook consultation with a small number of community organisations. Some signalled that they actually could support clients. Mr. Menendez March raised a point around his amendment paper. We unfortunately won't be supporting that amendment paper. He raised points about challenging the notion that it's cheaper to live as a couple than it is to live separately. I can think of things like sharing
to be in a relationship of marriage and live separately, James.
Like the power costs that you could share, and the fixed line daily rates would be more affordable if you were living in a shared relationship. I can think of things around telephone costs or internet costs, which would be much more better shared in a relationship. And of course there'll be situations on the border where the definition of relationship is blurred, but I think in general it's a commonly accepted practice that it is much more affordable to live in a partnership and in one household, which is of course why many people, when they go out in the world, they look to get boarders, or they look to flats to share or split some of those core household costs. So that's why the rate for a single person is not exactly half the rate for a couple.
I'm going to call Honourable Willie Jackson, but before I do, I'm just going to say, if the Minister's going to be standing up answering questions, I'd prefer people not to be shouting back at him as he's answering. The odd interjection is fine, but I'd rather, if you want to ask the question and listen to the answer, please listen to the answer. Honourable Willie Jackson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his previous answers, Madam Chair, but I still haven't got the answers to what I was asking before in terms of Clause 10, Section 183B, Part 1, pertaining to Māori relationships, and knowing now that in the chair we have one of the Māori experts from in the National Party, I'm sure he'd be able to traverse this very well, given his background and expertise. So I asked earlier, in terms of, and I haven't had that response, Madam Chair, the impact in terms of whānau and kids, and I'd like to know where the Minister stands on that. I also talked about the gang question, Madam Chair, and what extra support. I know it's a tough area, but it's an area that has to be dealt with because they come with complex needs. They've got these new laws around patches, which we understand that we work by too at my marae, Madam Chair. So there's not a problem with that. But what extra pūteo funding has been put in to support this area? But the key area for me in this and for us is the by Māori, for Māori area, Madam Chair, which has been a real component in terms of this government. And actually, I want to remind the Minister that it's actually been a strategy from previous National Party governments. So I want to know from him, in terms of job seeker profiles, what sort of Māori approaches are being put in place to facilitate the completion of profiles and compliance. So I know on my marae we have an approach that's not just an individual approach, Madam Chair. It's an approach that embraces the whānau, the wider community, trained professionals who've worked with the whānau. So what has the Minister got in place? What are his comments on this? Is a by Māori, for Māori approach still going to be the strategy in terms of where this kaupapa goes? We've been assured by the Minister that there's not going to be huge changes. So given Minister Mega's expertise in terms of tikanga Māori, I'm sure he'll want to comment on this and give us his view. Has the Minister considered the unintended consequences with regards to this? And further to the question I asked earlier, Madam Chair, what has been the level of consultation? I'd like to know if the Minister's able to find out, has there been a level of consultation in terms of Māori NGOs? Is there a strategy around that? Has there been a level of consultation in terms of the iwi Leaders Forum? Has this Minister Mega perhaps may have been involved in some of that kōrero? So what is the stakeholder feedback to these measures? And as I say, we'd like to really find out if there has been a real strategy, given the high benefit numbers, too high in terms of a Māori. But our people still deserve a certain amount of respect on this. And so given that, I want to draw your attention, Madam Chair, to one of my amendments, Clause 10, Section 183A, consider the specific needs of Māori. Would that be considered in terms of being implemented going forward? But is there going to be a radical change in terms of the relationship with Māori? Is by Māori, for Māori, something that this government is still... I remember previous national governments led by Bill English, Madam Chair, were quite embracing of that kaupapa, but is this... they were absolutely embracing of this kaupapa. Is that something that is on the table still in terms of this government? Given all the bad publicity, we've been assured that type of kaupapa is still in place, Madam Chair. So I'll ask the Minister where the government stands on this consultation process. Will he consider the amendments in terms of considering specific needs for Māori and a specific strategy going forward that embraces the community? Also, I want to know from the Minister how he distinguishes between iwi and NGOs. This is quite a major question, Madam Chair, given Maria Menel's she's got some fundamentalist mates who just want to be consulted. We want some of our groups at ground level to be consulted. Is the Minister going down that track in terms of broad consultation?
Oh, Madam Chair, I thank the member for his kind comments and his elaboration on my many years of experience of being a Māori. I've been a Māori all my life. Despite the protests of some people in this House. I want to respond to one of his questions about is there going to be a specific approach taken to clients? I would have faith that MSD would take whatever approach to an individual client's needs which suits them best, whether that be bringing in expert advocates like himself to support people through the process, whether that be including whānau in that process, or whether that determining what the individual themselves actually want help with to go through that process. So I think it's whatever works best for that person and that family, and however MSD can help them best move through the job seeker process and back into work would be the approach that we should take, whether that's through particular kaupapa Māori approach, or whether that's through a Pacifica approach, or a particular ethnic or age or any kind of demographic approach. Take whatever one works best based on the individual's needs and assessment. We won't be supporting the members' amendment, by the way. I'll address Mr Menendez March's questions around consultation with disability groups. And it was in particular in regards to whether the 20-day working period was enough time to complete a job seeker profile. Along with the assistance that I outlined before, the 20-day working period aligns with how long a person has to complete their whole benefit application. So MSD in that situation can allow a client more time if they have a good reason for needing it. So in those particular circumstances, a disabled person could take longer if their condition means that they need it in order to complete the requirement, and I would anticipate that MSD are quite forthcoming with that. And I'll just address some of the reasons why we're not going to support Mr Menendez March's amendment in AP 281. It's our view that the bill already provides protections for clients when their partner does not complete job seeker profiles. Clients and their partners can have an extension, or the requirements can be revoked, and MSD has discretion in this matter and would certainly use it in situations involving family violence.
So as we move forward, we indicated at the start of this that we were going clause by clause, and it's been going very well. People have been looking at the clauses. It's now my judgment that probably everything before clause 236A on page 16 has probably been well traversed and well answered. So I'd prefer if questions came from beyond there. Honourable Kieran, is this a point of order or a call? Okay. Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much.
A point of order.
I did want to touch on particularly parts of clause 14. So, for example, I just want to test because no one has mentioned anything.
I've just taken a call from Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
I know,
so
but I wanted to just test the comments.
Was it a question? I know it's a point of order. Is this a question that
hasn't been? It's a point of order. I'm seeking your clarification.
The point of order, is it about a question that hasn't been answered?
No, I'm seeking your clarification on your comments around the clauses that have been covered.
Yeah. Well, the clause, we've had plenty of opportunity to take. We can't spend all day at the beginning of the parts. So it's my discretion that we've covered that part off pretty well, and I'm going to take a call from Honourable Kieran McAnulty. No, I've made a ruling. Thank you, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you'll be pleased to know that my contribution is 236B.
Oh, excellent.
And I specifically want to talk about the community work experience, and it goes down under 4A1 and outlines the type of community work experience that might be suitable, and obviously MSD has the discretion to decide. But I actually hadn't intended to take a call, but I was reading through the bill and this thing caught my eye, and it caught my eye because many years ago, for a period of time under the Key government, I was a case manager at Work and Income. And no, I'm a pretty private guy. And so the regular frustration for us when we were trying to help people into work during that time, and it was a difficult period of time, was that many of the rules that came out in that period were really made for the cities, and they weren't made for regional and rural New Zealand. Because of course, if you become unemployed in rural New Zealand, it is exceptionally difficult to comply with any requirements, and it's even harder to comply with sanctions, just by virtue of the fact that you live so far away from the place where you're supposed to engage with your case manager. Now, obviously, technology has improved since then, but the point remains the same, is that if you are of significantly restricted income due to being unemployed, and you are required to report at significant cost and time just to get there, or you're required to search for jobs in some areas where there are no jobs, that is a massive barrier, and it wasn't considered then, and reading through this, I'm concerned that it's not considered now. But more specifically, I want to look at the the two descriptions that may comply with community work experience. The first being with a community or voluntary sector organisation that MSD is satisfied is reasonably suitable, and the other one, MSD is satisfied as reasonably suitable. And so, Mr Chair, this part hasn't been addressed by previous speakers. My concern is, in some communities, and actually the Minister will recognise this from his electorate itself, there are some communities that are so isolated and so small that the opportunity to engage with a community or voluntary group is actually really limited. In some rural communities, the only volunteer organisation would be the fire brigade, the rural fire brigade, and there is no way in hell that they, through their rules that are based on health and safety, would allow anyone that is required to comply with these to volunteer for them. It's quite a long and protracted process to get involved in a fire brigade, with good reason. But the point I'm trying to make is that in these isolated rural communities, the opportunity to comply with this is actually quite restricted. And it's not unreasonable or unfeasible that there could be someone in these current difficult economic times that finds themselves without work, that needs assistance through work and income, that is required through the process to then conduct a community work experience, but can't find anywhere that would take them on. And I want to know what would happen in that instance. It's a genuine question. I think it deserves to be traversed in the committee stage today. The other thing that I want to clarify is that can the Minister rule out that an organisation that isn't a community or voluntary sector organisation would be considered to comply with this? In other words, could a business fit the bill? And if a business does fit the bill, and that could be deemed suitable, reasonably suitable by MSD, given the lack of suitable community and voluntary organisations in a specified area, can he rule out the prospect that someone who's required to do community work will end up doing so for a private employer for no pay? Now that might seem ridiculous, and if it is, it's easily clarified. But if there isn't a restriction on that, then that's quite a serious thing that would deserve further exploration. But just a couple of questions for the Minister there, and we might follow up after.
Yep, Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I am trying to answer these questions in real time so we can get some good back and forth and some quick progress. So I'll point the member back to, we'll retread a couple of pages back to clause 14 and the definition around failure, and that failure does not include having a good and sufficient reason. So you must have failed without a good and sufficient reason. And in the circumstance that the member outlines around the rural and regional community, makes a very valid point. I'll push back a little bit. I think actually our rural communities are relatively strong when it comes to the accessibility to voluntary groups. I can think of a incorporated societies constitution that I rewrote for the Westerfield Hall Committee, and in and around the community of Lagmore and Westerfield, where my brother farms, I can think of 3 or 4 community organisations that centre themselves around a school of about 30. So, in some communities that will be limited, in others there are very strong community organisations, because in the rural sector and regional sector, the only thing that we have sometimes is our strong community organisations, our parent-teacher associations, our kindergartens groups, our play centre groups, our hall societies, our the local school pool organising committees, all those things that form the backbone of our rural communities. And I'm advised that the bill, in fact, will give case managers more scope to apply consequences that are appropriate for the client than what existed before. So if anything, along with removing that binary choice between financial or nothing, this provides actually more of a medium way to put some obligations on clients, but also give them the opportunity to meet those obligations and continue to work their pathway back into work. And that includes considering things like where they live and what's available locally. And I think the only other question there from the Minister was around could businesses fit the bill? I'll get some advice on that. My instinct would be that if it was replacing something that would ordinarily be paid work, similar to how you can have interns but not interns that would ordinarily replace paid work, and members around the House have been experienced with that in the past. I mean, we've all seen instances of interns coming into Parliament and doing jobs that ordinarily wouldn't be paid for. Sometimes they push the boundaries a little bit, and we've seen that in the past too. So I'll get some advice on that one from the Ministry.
Ricardo Menendez March, and I do note that I have conferred, and I did hear the advice that was given before regarding the previous, before clause 15.
Sure, take it. I wanted to ask as to why dependent children were added to the definition of failure. That is in clause 14. Hasn't been touched upon. It's a new language that's been added. Why would you be including that failure means by the person or in relation to the person's dependent children where that was not there? What is the policy intent to that? That is massively unclear and has never been articulated by the Minister at any point in this debate. That's a significant addition in terms of language. So unless it's intended to fill some sort of gap that had been identified, I'm clear to get clarity as to why in Section 235 of the Social Security Act this is being proposed. Now, moving, and before I move to clause 615 on money management, that also hasn't been touched upon, I wanted to clarify for the Minister, who seems to not understand the definition of relationship under MSD. You actually don't have to live together for MSD to treat you in a relationship in the nature of marriage. Actually, you could be flatting in different places and still be considered to be in a relation in the nature of marriage. In fact, there's been well-documented cases of MSD constantly misattributing a relation in the nature of marriage for people, which is why I was asking those questions. But if we move to the new sections 236A on money management, I wanted to talk about the proposed clause 1 under the new section 236A, where the money management, which again, first time we raised it, would apply if somebody is under active case management. Now, I ask this because this kind of section, even though the Minister has talked about how it'll apply to a small percentage of people on the benefit, it's still in the thousands. And it requires somebody to be under active case management. So I wanted to know whether, since the select committee process, whether the Minister understood or had any figures, updated figures, around how many people are under active case management, and actually what is MSD's capacity to potentially, for example, increase the amount of people that are under active case management. Because actually a lot of these non-financial sanctions that are, well, the non-financial sanctions that are being added, there's an ongoing requirement for people to be under active case management. Now, I think that in and of itself raises concerns in relationship to the oversubscription of the MSD frontline. And so if there's going to be in primary legislation a requirement that somebody is under active case management, the government has indicated that they want to increase the amount of sanctions. The Minister, who was before him in the chair, literally talked about how this government believes in sanctions being applied more often. I have concerns about whether this is actually practical, like it's actually properly being able to even be executed. So that's on 236A. I also wanted to then move on to on page 17 on the 236 1B in relationship to the first failure, particularly in relationship to the language that is being added around discussions with MSD and an appointment with MSD in relationship to the person's failure to comply. I wanted to ask whether so far MSD had already designed any operational guidances around whether these forms of communication would be by phone, face-to-face, by email, and how that would be incorporated. I also wanted to then move on to clause 4, which is in relationship to how money management will be applied in the prescribed proportion of an installment of a person's benefit that is an installment payable to the person, which this touches on the regulations under section 4181IA. I wanted to ask whether the Minister would be open to one of our amendments in relationship to this, because at the moment, the way that this is worded, and as the Minister touched upon earlier, people won't be able to access hardship assistance. We have an amendment that allows us to that allows people to access hardship assistance while they're under non-financial sanctions. Non-financial isn't defined in the bill in and of itself, but if we are told that people can access financial assistance while they're under a non-financial sanction, that to me has financial implications, and I just don't see how that is logical. So I wanted to understand whether, after seeing advice from MSD, which wasn't presented to him or to us prior to this bill being introduced, that shows that job seeker beneficiaries on average are paying more than 50% of their income on rent, whether he thinks the clause 4 in the new section 236 is adequate. I also wanted to ask in the clause 6 around the, that talks about how money management is imposed on a person, and there's conversations around minimum amount of time, but there's nothing around the maximum amount of time that is being prescribed. And we do have an amendment as well that I haven't spoken about that would then add, Mr. Chair. Okay.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I'm just wary of running through too many 5-minute slots without getting to questions that previous members have asked. So I wanted to circle back to Kieran McAnulty's question. It was an important one around, can MSD consider organisations such as businesses for community work experience when they aren't actually community or volunteer organisations. The definition of organisations in the bill is broad, but MSD has been quite clear that those opportunities cannot displace paid work, and MSD would not approve community work experience if it is not a community organisation in a volunteer type role. So there may be some grey areas around some businesses that run charitable operations or have charitable aspects to their business, but it cannot replace paid work. And there was a question from Mr. Menendez-March around dependent children. Why were they included in the bill? It refers to social, the failure in the failure definition back in clause, whatever it was that we've gone back to, but hopefully we move forward. It refers to the social obligations which require clients to meet certain requirements in respect of their dependent children, and those obligations are part of the traffic light system. Dependent children themselves do not have obligations.
Can I just indicate to members that we're the endeavour in the committee of the whole stage is to try and get interactions going, question and answers, and I know it takes a committed minister and a committed questioner to do that, but let's endeavour to do that, and I'll, in that case, make sure that I give the questioners and the minister the time to do that. That way we can get through. There's a lot to get through in here. Those who are calling for closure motions, can I suggest you actually have a look at the bill and see how big part 1 is? Not to curb your enthusiasm, but there is quite a lot in here. But it is within your rights, but I would suggest you pick up the bill and have a look at it. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, and I am trying to pack as many questions as I can as to actually respect the process. I genuinely want to honour the process that we have.
Could I just,
so I'm just going to continue.
I'm endeavouring
I can
to keep
slow
up
the
as
process
well,
down.
and if you could just perhaps make it a little bit easier, particularly when we're using a lot of sections and numbers.
No worries from our end. So I wanted to understand whether the minister thinks there's any merit to having not just a prescribed minimum amount of time that people can be subjected to some of these non-financial sanctions, but actually having a prescribed maximum amount of time. I say this because of the financial implications that that people can end up being subjected to. And the other reason for that I wanted to talk about money management and continue that line of questioning was because the government has yet to produce a list of essential items and what is considered to be essential. I have another amendment under my name that would seek to give greater clarity. One of the things, and why I'm putting this amendment forward, is because at the front lines, for example, there's very little clarity with people on the benefit, and I would say even frontline case managers, as to what is considered, for example, essential under what can be purchased in the green card. The green card is something, well, colloquially known as a green card, that people use when they get given a hardship grant. This green card will now be used more often because it's the one that's going to be used when people are subjected to compulsory money management. For example, colloquially, people assume that that can only mostly be used for, at least in the grocery, for things like food. But for example, toiletries can be included in that. I would say that there's an opportunity to add a non-exhaustive list of of essential items, or sort of like what could be considered essential, to give greater clarity and guidance. And so I think that could be something that the Minister could consider. One of the questions where I left off before the Minister stood up is whether he had given any other thought about the use of discretion in the application of compulsory money management following the evidence we received at the Select Committee stage in relationship to the percent that people pay on rent. So I find that this shows that compulsory money management in and of itself is unlikely to be workable for the average beneficiary. The departmental report and even in the Select Committee report that we had very clearly showed that it's just over 50% for a person on the benefit. And it is not just that, right? So while you're under compulsory money management, you may not be able to then access hardship assistance. You will be able to access your accommodation supplement, but the reduction on your ability to use half of your benefit to pay for your rent will leave the person under compulsory money management without the means to survive. I also wanted to understand if the Minister foresees that, because people can't access emergency housing grants, should somebody lose their home while they're subjected to compulsory money management, whether the Minister believes that actually the access to the grants that allows people to access emergency housing should be relaxed, because the worst case scenario we could see is somebody being subjected to compulsory money management, losing their home, then not even be able to access emergency housing while they're under compulsory money management. That seems like a financial impact to what is supposed to be a non-financial sanction. Just lastly, on compulsory money management, I wanted to see if the Minister had an update, because at the Select Committee we were yet to get a proper list of, for example, the most up-to-date list of the retailers that people could then use for compulsory money management specifically. Are these going to be absolutely the same as, for example, the ones that you can use the card when you receive a hardship grant, or will there be a slightly different list there as well to better accommodate? I also want to note that bills cannot be paid with the card that is used for compulsory money management, and that is another problem, right? Because it's not just the 50% that goes into people's rent will mean that they can't put a roof over their head, but then that means they also can't use the rest of that amount to cover their bills. So not only are we looking at people not being able to put a roof over their head, but also people not being able to pay their bills. I'm curious to see how the Minister sees the provisions of the compulsory money management sections in relationship to the potential hardship people can experience under this benefit sanction.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The officials are doing a much better job at keeping up with the flurry of questions than I am, so I'll do my best to try and get through as many of Mr. Menendez-March's questions as possible. He started off a couple of contributions ago asking whether or not we have confidence in there being capacity to execute the policy. Yes, we have confidence. He then went on to ask whether or not subsection 4 was adequate under 236B. Yes, we believe it is adequate. Then we had a long discussion around money management and active case management. And so in response to some of the questions, part of the reason that money management is targeted at clients already in case management is that MEC is already working with these people, and they are well equipped to determine the most appropriate sanction for them, because they are the ones that are most familiar with their clients' individual circumstances. And all non-financial sanctions are available to clients who are in case management. In terms of the question around we have set a minimum time, will we set a maximum time? We haven't decided not in the bill to set a maximum time. We would be hoping that clients would be under these sanctions for as little time as possible, because we want people back on their feet. We want people to be independent and living strong, independent, healthy lives. There were some questions around, again, on active money management. And I'm advised that a list of suppliers will be available to clients when the policy is implemented. Mr. Menendez-March has proposed a range of APs that would change and cap the amount of money on the payment cards. This would actually reduce future flexibility in the system, and we don't support those changes. And there is an additional AP there from Mr. Menendez-March around providing clients access to the TAS, temporary additional support. That's already the case under the bill. However, it is a long-standing policy that clients under sanctions cannot access hardship assistance. Access to hardship is a matter outside of the scope of the bill, and those settings exist in secondary legislation.
Ricardo Mendes March.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to move to one of the benefit sanctions that was introduced at the Select Committee stage with no ability for the public to actually feed into those during the submission processes. This is the report job search, which is the new section 236E that is being added under clause 15. Well, the new section to the Social Security Act 236E under clause 15B of the Social Security Amendment Bill. So this is called the report job search. I wanted to ask the Minister, because again, this was approved by Cabinet, but wasn't even mentioned in the press release by the Minister when she announced the bill, and we only were alerted to this when amendments at the Select Committee stage came through, which means that the Minister knew that she intended to introduce this, didn't let the public know, therefore the public wasn't able to submit. That's correct. And then we're now debating this basically for the first time. So this job search, those job search provisions, which is one of the non-financial sanctions that are being added, require that beneficiaries subjected to the sanction be applying to a number of jobs each week and report back to MSD as a result of this. And again, so for example, if we look at the clause 4 under the new proposed section of the Social Security Act 236E, so that's it reads, starting if report job search is imposed on the person must within the prescribed period undertake at least the prescribed minimum number of job search activities per week. Again, there's a minimum amount prescribed here. There's no maximum amount. What's stopping a vindictive case manager, for example, to potentially set a really cruel and punitive number of prescribed or a future minister to direct MSD to add a really unreasonable amount of minimum job search activities that must be undertaken. I also wanted to ask in relationship to this, because the bill talks about how these must be reported, and this clause it talks about how these must be reported back to MSD, but the Minister hasn't given us clarity about, for example, what are the tools that are being developed in, for example, My MSD app? Have these already been finalised? What are the fiscal implications about potentially having to design a new portal for people to actually report these job search activities? And while I totally understand that the Minister has just talked about that he is confident about MSD's capacity, we do have recent statements about the frontline being oversubscribed, and particularly in clause 4, C, and then 1, 2, 3, these provisions that reads, a person must provide MSD with supporting evidence of all job search activities that the person has reported in the section, only to the extent that the evidence is of a kind that is reasonable in a way that MSD decides, and promptly after MSD requires the evidence, and in any case within 5 days of the prescribed period. This actually adds quite a bit of work to MSD, because it's not just the work that the beneficiary has to undertake to then report that they're doing these job search activities, and in order for the beneficiary to be deemed to have then complied with the requirements of this new non-financial sanction, MSD must be satisfied, which means the casework must then have to evaluate these at least three, as the Minister, Louise Hobson, has indicated, as she's requiring right now, this job search activities. That's quite a bit of additional workload, because it's not just looking at 3 applications per person who's subjected to the sanction, it's actually determining that they meet the standards that MSD will be asking for. So will this be, for example, just sending your CV, or having a cover letter that actually is not just, hello, I want a job? I mean, the fact that MSD will then have to determine whether these meet some specific requirements does add quite a bit of workload. I also wanted to understand for this new section 236E in relationship to the report job search, whether any additional funding will be given to people whose English isn't their first language. Because I can see that, for example, for someone whose English isn't their first language or may have limited English skills, this may be an obligation that may be hard to comply with. When I was at the front lines, I would work with a lot of migrant and Pacifica families whose English wasn't their first language. Complying with these obligations can be really difficult. I understand that MSD has phone lines that people can access interpreters, but there's delays around this, and so I'm just asking whether the Minister Minister had sought clarification from MSD around the support available for people with limited English skills to be able to comply with the requirements set out in 236E and particularly in Clause 4, C123.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
We are really rollicking along now. Let's go to the remaining questions on active money management. So a question around how does money management interact with hardship people may experience? In terms of paying bills, clients will still get 50% of their main benefit as well as any supplementary assistance in the hand. Clients can use these funds to pay bills that can't be covered with the payment card, but the payment card can be used for some essential costs such as food, and we all know all this, of course. MSD then assesses whether money management is the most appropriate sanction to impose, and this will include working out whether a person could pay their housing costs from their in-hand amount. But fundamentally underlying this, a non-financial section must always be a better option than a financial sanction, which can only reduce payments by 50%. That's that binary choice. And again on that, although cards cannot be used for bills, clients' expenses will be considered when deciding whether to set active money management, and if a client's expenses, that includes rent and bills, exceed 50%, it would be considered as a factor in deciding whether to apply it in the first place. Now, Mr Menendez-Marsh made some comments around information being in or out of a press release. Now, with all due respect to the very competent communications advisors around the building, press releases are not the be-all and end-all of government policy. You do have to look further into various policy documents, the bill itself, and then the question, I'll get to the rest of the question, and then the question around, this is the first time we're considering the change made by Select Committee. Well, of course, that is the process that this Parliament goes through in terms of considering a bill. A bill goes through to Select Committee. Select Committee hears submissions. Submitters sometimes make really good points. Those points are incorporated into Select Committee reports, which recommend changes to the House. The House consider those changes at second reading and they vote on them and they incorporate them into the bill. Then the bill moves forward to the Committee, the whole House stage, where we get a chance to debate them. That is the process that the Select Committee goes through. And I'm very encouraged that we have a legislative process, which is one of the strongest in the world, actually. And of course, it sets out a very detailed and well-tread pathway for legislators in this House to consider the content of bills, to hear submissions, to make changes, and then to debate them whether or not they'll be supported in the House. And of course, the House has accepted the amendments to the bill at second reading, and now we're talking about the detail clause by clause. And of course, finally, just on whether or not MSD are capable of implementing these changes. Well, MSD are a highly professional, competent organisation. They are a large established organisation who have been doing this for many, many years. They will implement the appropriate training in place for their staff to be able to roll out these kinds of new policies. And I'm very, very confident that our excellent men and women at the Ministry for Social Development can do this now and a long way into the future.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Mr Chair, I only have, unlike my colleague Mr Menendez-Marsh, I only have 1 point, but it's actually around what happens if MSD fails to impose a sanction. Because in my constituency role, I've dealt with a number of people who have been whose benefits have been paid mistakenly. One was an accommodation benefit which was paid about $20 too much for 6 months. Now, it was money they weren't entitled to, and MSD came and sought to recover it as a debt, and that was really onerous. But I understand it, and we resolved that. One of the challenges here is because if you look at I'm looking at clause, I think it's 15 and section 236 of the Act itself. If the section applies to P, MSD must, for the first failure, reduce the rate of P's main benefit by half until P re-complies. Now, given that, as the Minister just said, MSD is a large organisation, it deals with a lot of clients, there's going to be a lot of these things going on, and these are actual trigger points. It does not say MSD may impose this sanction, it says they must. So if the trigger occurs and they don't impose the sanction, does that lead us to a conclusion that the beneficiary P is being overpaid? Now, the sanctions are on some occasions half, but on other occasions the entire benefit. So that could be $700-800 a week. Now, if the MSD system fails to pick up, or a person fails to action the reduction that is mandated by this legislation, is it the case that the beneficiary is receiving wrongly $800 a week, and MSD will then be obliged to go and pick up, to go and recover that $800? Are we, if this occurs, throwing the beneficiary not only into a pit of debt? Because they won't be concerned. They think, well, MSD's not too worried about me, I'll keep my benefit, all is well and good. So MSD's kind of stuck on the horns of a dilemma, because they're obliged to impose the sanction. They haven't, and they'll be obliged to recover it. Is that what's happened? Now, I know that in the depths of the Act, there is a provision that says that where MSD makes a mistake, I can't remember the exact details, but there is some ability to give an indulgence. But if my memory serves me right, this wouldn't fit within it. So it's actually quite an important problem, because there will certainly be cases where, for whatever reason, sanctions which meet the must test aren't imposed. So I'd be curious to know what the response to that would be once you get some advice.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're getting a number of questions around generally suitability of sanctions, so I'll reiterate that MSD determine the most appropriate sanctions for clients, and if a particular non-financial sanction is not appropriate, MSD have a range of other options they can consider. So hopefully that puts to bed questions around whether or not some sanction or the other is suitable. Mr. Menendez-March's questions around tools being developed to support the report job search. So people will be able to complete the requirements via their MSD profiles, and staff are being trained to support people to meet these requirements. The question along the lines of assistance for English or otherwise literacy skills, and as with any client engagement, MSD have been doing this for years. They're mindful of different client circumstances and engaging with them, and they can provide assistance with literacy or English skills. I think we covered off. There was a question around what do we do if MSD acts unreasonably in setting a maximum or a minimum time period. Well, those decisions are administrative decisions, which are all fall under, are all reviewable for reasons of reasonableness. So those remedies exist under this change as they have existed under administrative decisions across government for years and years and years. And then to Dr. Webb's question, it's kind of a circular on what happens if MSD don't impose sanctions, what's the impact on a client? Well, sanctions don't apply until sanctions are applied, so it's kind of a circular argument, but there's not going to be a disbenefit to the individual until the sanctions are actually applied, so you can't fail to follow a sanction until the sanction's in place, so therefore the consequences of failure don't fall. It's kind of, tautology that treats itself. And the general question of what happens if MSD don't follow the requirements under the Act, well, again, that's just similar about any agency that has requirements under a piece of legislation. The failure to follow those obligations are the same that have been in place for years and years and years.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Chair, I think I can help the Minister with his problems around sanctions. And I think we all know, Mr. Chair, that research tells us that sanctions don't work. In fact, we've been told very clearly that it just can compound problems for the whānau. Well, we made a lot of changes, I thought, in that time. The culture of MSD was changed dramatically by the previous minister, and we brought a more aroha manaki type approach. I was very proud of what the previous minister did, Mr. Chair. But I can help the minister. So in terms of 236A, clause 15, he will see that I've got an amendment up, which is designed so that families are not left with nothing. And that's the problem with the sanction, is that it's too punitive. And I know it fits in with Joseph Mooney and many of the National Party's general views about always pushing down on beneficiaries, but it's not the right type of not the right type of policy for us to see our communities thriving. So that's why I've put up an amendment. I'm sure that the Minister, given his some of his answers, that he will probably agree. He should agree with us that he won't want to see whānau. This is under 236A clause 15, and he'll see my amendment in terms of reducing the rate of a person's main benefit to an extent that it threatens the well-being of children for whom that person is responsible for, or diminishing the financial position to an extent that recovery will be difficult to achieve. I think that will cover the problem in terms of the punitive side, but also he will see in terms of my amendment that the principles of the treaty are there, and again, him given his background and his experience in Te Ao Māori, I'm interested in his view. Does he see this as a breach of treaty principles that the National Party hold so dear, as they told us during the treaty principles debate, or where does he see it? And I'd like him just to elaborate, Mr. Chair, in terms of his Māori answers. He gave me some answers before, but does he consider that there is a partnership in place? And how far where does that extend to in terms of Māori going forward, and in terms of whānau going forward, in terms of the strategies around by Māori for Māori, where does that extend? What is the Minister's position? But I'd like a response in terms of that sanction, because I think it's far too punitive at the moment, and I think that my amendment will help the Minister immensely, and the House, who all have whānau at the forefront of their priorities. So we're talking Part 1, Clause 15, Section 23A3, effect general sanction for first failure money management. So that sanction, as per new Clause C, is put in place so that it is not to impact the well-being of our children, that their financial position isn't made worse by the sanction, preventing recovery difficult to achieve. So I think it's a pretty clear message and question for the Minister. Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's an easy one. We won't be supporting the member's amendment because the bill already does exactly what he wants it to do. It introduces non-financial sanctions so that there is a stepping stone rather than it being an all or nothing situation, and so that we can put obligations on people who are trying to get back on their feet that do not unfairly financially penalise them. In terms of his question around treaty partnership, I'd just refer the member to the inspirational speech given by the Honourable David Parker last night and his views on that particular question. I thought they were quite enlightening.
I would like to ask you about, it's on page 39, it's clause 33, and it's a new 270A. It's about the cancellation of youth payment and incentives for continuing failure to comply. And at subparagraph 2, it talks about MSD must, again, it's the use of the word must, also cancel the following benefits if P is receiving them. So along with those two incentive payments or youth payments, there's a cancellation of the accommodation supplement and temporary additional support and any disability allowance. I'd like to understand the rationale for this. My understanding is this is dealing with fairly young people by the nature of the wording, and if they've entered into a lease for accommodation, which has attracted an accommodation supplement, they're then in a situation where they have a lease that they're contractually obliged to be in, but there will no longer be money to make that possible. And so I'm concerned about this sort of spiralling issue of somebody who might already be in difficulty, then having that compounded by the cancellation of an accommodation supplement. So really having the rug pulled from under their feet. I'm not quite sure what they're supposed to do at that point about that, and why we're seeing that this is going to be a good thing or is in proportion. I understand that there is a need for other penalties, but that seems quite dramatic, and I wondered whether the Minister had advice on that particular section and what the rationale was. I'd also like to ask, I've noted there's a very similar treatment of young parents in that situation. So they again lose their accommodation supplement, temporary support and disability allowance. And so I'd like to know, in that case, there'll be obviously an impact on children in that situation, given that it's a young parent. I would like to know if there was any advice on that and get the Minister to talk about why that's justified. And then finally, I'd like to know about the credit card payments. This is an interesting thing. So my understanding is there's credit loaded on a card in money management. It's to be used in certain ways. It says in that paragraph, and this is page 46, it's 340B, and it talks at subparagraph 2 about MSD may, after receiving an oral or written application to do so, actually pay the person out if they come to the end of the money management period and there's money on the card, they can be given that money. It's an interesting concept. I'd like to know, is the idea to incentivise saving on that card, and so it can be cashed up at the end. I really am open to what is the point of this. But it's an interesting one because the amounts are pretty low anyway. I presume we're not talking a great deal of quantum that would even accumulate on a card. But I'd like to know what kind of quantum might be possibly at stake here. Thank you. Looking forward to the answers.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll approach the first half of those questions and the officials can provide some specific advice on the second half. In terms of the failure to comply with this sanction, the legislation is very clear that there's a 13-week window with which the client has, or the individual has, to comply with the particular obligation. So that's 3 months. And then the failure must be without good cause or good reason. So not only does it have to take a 3-month period of MSD continually trying to engage and work with that individual, particularly if they're a young person, there then has to be a failure without good reason or good cause. And so you're talking about a situation where there is repeated unreasonable failure to work with MSD and to comply with their obligations and to hold up their end of the bargain. And we understand there are all sorts of exacerbating circumstances and there are difficult situations that could cause MSD to believe that there are good reasons for failure to comply. But at some point there must be a balancing test between what are the obligations on individuals receiving support from the community and what are the obligations on all of us to provide that support. So that's the reason why the penalty is in place if there is a failure to comply, and I'll get some advice on the second part of the question.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Following on my line of question on the report job search, last call I talked about clause 4 of the new section 236E, but I want to move on to clause 5 that talks about the duration. One of the concerns that I have in how clause 5 is worded is that the way that I can see the report job search working is that it's applied for a duration of time to which the person is required to apply for a specific number of jobs, report back to MSD, they can't access additional assistance. But the key concern that I have is, so what happens if during the duration of the sanction somebody actually reports that they've applied for a job, they actually get an interview, for example. That interview requires them to travel to get uniform, or require additional assistance. There are grants that very much specifically exist. So the transition to work grant, for example, exists. Are people eligible for the transition to work grant if they're subjected to the job search, the report job search non-financial sanction? The transition to work grant hasn't been updated in quite some time, but it's actually really critical to, for example, supporting people should they be required to have, for example, specific types of footwear for a job, like if they have to present wearing boots for health and safety reasons, that allows them to actually get the job that they need. The concern that I have is that if we have a so-called non-financial section that requires them to apply to a specific number of jobs, but then they can't actually access the assistance that allows them to then follow through with the application, the interview, and then getting the job, the government is doing the very opposite that they told us they want to do. So I wonder if the government would consider suspending the report job search sanction should, for example, somebody get to the interview stage of this process, so that they can then apply for the additional assistance. That means that they can then acquire other types of grants that allow them to then enter into employment, which I would have assumed was part of the government's goal. That actually takes me to two amendments that I haven't spoken to under my name. And so similarly to what I said around lifting the report job search, should the person meet the required intent, I also wonder whether in the compulsory money management section, maybe we could have language on the section 236A6B to replace even if with quote or until. And that's with the intent that the money management is lifted if they have met the requirements that the person was deemed to fail to comply with, that then triggered that sanction altogether. Because, for example, we have these non-financial sanctions that have a duration of time, but some of those are like overly prescriptive. So, for example, 4 weeks. If somebody already meets the requirement, then they can just continue having no access to the to the hardship grants and other types of assistance. I wonder if, for the purposes of ensuring that no one ends up being further disadvantaged by this so-called non-financial sanction, whether the minister would consider that amendment that I have, which actually ties in really well with what I am asking in relationship to the report job search. The other question I had is whether MSD was collecting any information around the ratio that exists, particularly in the report job search sanction, the ratio that exists between jobs to the number of people on the benefit. Because in times where unemployment are high, and if we have a number of people being subject to the sanction, the reality is that there's not a job for every single person on the benefit. That's a fact. That just simply isn't. And that has been the case actually since capitalism has been around. And so I wanted to ask the minister whether he thinks that actually also the job search sanction is also relatively unworkable, because there's no way that the minister will be able to make things in a way that everyone who's either subjected to the sanction or to the obligations that exist that if failed to trigger the sanction will ever get a job. So you'll always have a group of people on the benefit who will never be actually able to attain a job because unemployment is baked into the system, which puts into question the whole purpose of these sanctions. But most importantly, I want to go back to my question around the transition to work grant in relationship to people that are subjected to the report job search sanction. I'm yet to talk about the upskilling one, the other one that wasn't flagged by the minister before coming into the select committee.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment. I'd be wary of making comparisons to what counts as full employment pre-capitalism, because some of the definitions of what someone was doing for employment under feudal systems and other kind of distasteful forced labour systems, I'm not sure we really want to get into whether or not full employment 300, 400, 500 years ago was a good thing to aspire to. But anyway, we will go on to the response. Well, the general response, I guess, to Mr. Menendez-March's questions, and it's something we've covered before. What happens if there's not enough employment in a particular area to meet the job search requirements? What happens if we live in a rural area where the community work or the voluntary groups aren't available? That's all covered under the failure to comply without good cause or good reason section. So when we consider all those individual circumstances, those are all captured under that failure definition. So I think a lot of these questions around particular circumstances or particular questions have well and truly been answered and captured under that section. I will touch very quickly on the second part of Helen White's contribution. And the question was around, will the provision to be paid out money on a payment card after money management incentivised savings. And advise that we actually expect clients to be using the money on the card to meet their essential costs. This provision is useful, though, where a client has completed the sanction and may need to access the money. For example, if someone moves off the benefit or into employment, they might prefer for MSD to pay them what is left rather than continuing to use the credit until it runs out. So that's the reason why there's provision to be paid out money on a payment card.
My colleagues are celebrating for me because after an hour and 10 minutes of seeking a call, the youth spokesperson for the Labour Party is able to ask the Youth Minister, now in the chair, answering to the Social Development Minister about youth benefits. I hope to ask the Minister some questions about the effect of the non-financial sections on young people. I'm talking here about 16 to 19-year-olds who are eligible for the youth payments and the youth job seeker benefits, but I'm also speaking about older than 19-year-olds who are under 24, who are also a target for people who are important to get into work quickly, because the research shows that these people, when they are in work, this is really important for the development of young people and into the workforce, but it's also really important to support them. And so, Mr Speaker, I'm asking here about 233A through 243AA and the impact of the non-financial sanctions. And I want to put 4 different questions to the Minister. Firstly, is he concerned about the increased reapplication frequency punishing instability for young people? Does he think that young people, especially those new to the workforce without strong family support, often facing unstable housing and fluctuating health conditions and patchy access to technology and transport, are at all well placed to respond to an increase in sanctions, whether they are financial or not, and particularly around the non-financial sanctions, whether young people can in fact comply with those, when we're talking here about some of the most vulnerable people in our community, 16 to 9-year-olds with nobody backing them, no stable housing at all, no adults in their corner. Are these the people who we should be sanctioning in the way that 233A to 243AA envisions? The next question is about the burden of the administration, just to say, on a minimum income would put onto young people who might not be able to access either the system through the front of the house because they don't have access to ordinary transport. Driver's licensing is a real problem in New Zealand for young people, and so getting there in rural areas or access to public transport now that public transport is more expensive for young people is a real issue. It also points to this idea that missed appointments, lost paperwork and systems errors are going to have an impact on everyone in the system, but particularly for young people who do not have those skills after years of experience in a system. If you are 16 and have had limited educational opportunities, limited work opportunities, you're exactly the kind of person who, if you then have to comply with further rules of a bureaucratic system, you are going to muck it up. So are these sanctions at all appropriate for the young people to whom they will apply? And how is he considering the impact of this on the dignity of young people who are within the system already? My next question is about extending the sanction periods on the records of young people. As I read the application of the sections, it looks to me that recording obligation failures for young people will increase now to double the period, so a full 2 years for young people. Effectively, that would mean that somebody who was 17 who found that they were unable to comply might have a failure notice on their record for a long time, and they would be required.
I'm sorry, I know the member has waited patiently for this moment, but the government has indicated it does not wish to proceed any further with urgency. I will therefore leave the chair to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Social Security Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 13th of May.